Greensifer, yeah, go for it, Greensifer. You go
Yeah,
first, and then me.
yeah. What's up, everyone? I was gonna say last room. I agree with you. Like, I wouldn't say inherently like the foundation would want it like decentralized, like the way people host the events, uh, for like just for the purpose of it. They would probably want it just because they don't want to pay for it. But I'm like in the long run, it's like, what's wrong with that? For me, like when I came into Decentraland, I had a weird vision. It was like I wanted to have like safe houses all across the globe. So like for just like Decentraland, um, so like anyone that would want to just like travel, and they could be anywhere, and it would be like an actual connected family, whether it's on the grid or off of it. And like the foundation is doing all this, but it's like they should be. I agree with that, like what you're saying. They should reach out, because they shouldn't look at the core developers, like that are not in the foundation, as like external people. They've I think you guys have definitely proven that you're way worth more than your salt, and you need to be respected as such too, man. So I resonate with that a lot. Like it is BS, bro. It's they need to know that you guys matter way more, because you guys are here, bro. I've never spoken to the foundation. I've spoken to you guys. I've learned so much from you guys. Like I'd want to meet you guys, right? Like even if we had like a small event of like 25 of us, right? I would be like, let's go, right? We wouldn't need the foundation to be there. We like I would love to have that drink by the pool with you guys, just to like actually like talk about life, and everything that could even eventually come out of that, right? Like the foundation is probably the conversation probably going to be limited to Decentraland, right? They might not be able to even be comfortable enough to connect with you on a different level, right? But not us, because we don't have no limits, you know. But yeah, that's that's all I wanted to say.
No, I appreciate that. I'll just add quickly, like I don't mind the foundation giving it to us. Let's just be honest about why they're doing things. That's my whole point. I'm happy to do things with the community, but let's just be real about the rationale behind their decision making, and it's not including us.
Then can I dig further? What do you think their rationale really is? You said, put a carrot out, but like, what is it really?
Money.
Okay, but how does it translate to that?
Because if no one's performing or playing in their little world, the mana value goes down and their vesting contract goes to nothing.
I've never once reached out to the foundation, but the foundation has reached out to me on several times.
That's great, but that doesn't happen often, right? To the
Uh,
larger group.
I've been
And
here over a year or about a year and a half, and I can say at least 5 times they have directly reached out to me.
Well, I guess we know where all their attention's going.
I know I take it all. I'm sorry. I'll try to share more.
I mean, when the head of engineering leaves the foundation, that's kind of tough. Um, and they've been there for a while, and he was a very like amazing programmer and coder. We didn't always see eye to eye, very cut and dry, pragmatic, but like believed in what he was building, and he's no longer there.
Well, and that's why, like, I started saying recently, like, we got to save ourselves. We can't wait for anybody to come in and save us. And to be honest, like, Greensifer, you brought up something that just made me think, like, if the foundation is going to step aside and, like, someday we are all collectively going to have to take over, like, it wouldn't mean a thing if they just handed it to us, but maybe it's through these processes like this
Hello,
of
everyone.
asking these difficult questions and getting hurt feelings and being like, what the heck, this isn't how it should be run. Like maybe that's forcing us to grow into the people that actually deserve to hold that mantle of like the ones that ask these difficult questions, like the ones that didn't leave, like Sometimes last term I'm like, why are you still here? Like, man, you got some stick with itness, like to still be here in building because there's some sorry, like there's some shit, but you haven't, I don't know, maybe you have given up, but like, but you're still here. And really, like anybody that's still here building, like give yourself a damn pat on the back because it's not easy for any of this. Um, but I don't
Yeah.
know, maybe it's making us grow into those individuals that know how easy it is to lose. Um
I think I've gone
the
over the hump, the curve of like being bright eyed and bushy tailed and excited and building amazing things and seeing where this can go to now holding on for dear life to making sure that that somewhat vision can still be preserved or maintained. And it's like now it's a free fall. And that's where I'm at. And it's unfortunate because at the peak and prior to the peak, I saw where this could go. And I fell off the cliff. It wasn't there. And so it's unfortunate. And I think instead of giving yourselves a pat on the back, maybe realize like this isn't going anywhere in its current form. Maybe it is. I've pushed back on the browser. Maybe it is a good thing that we don't have a browser anymore. I don't know. But where are the stats that say the client is the recommended use and how many
It eventually all falls on us, Julianne.
But yeah, Julian, more technically, there's a couple people at the foundation that I think have admin rights to accept merge or pull requests in GitHub. So right now, any of us can see anything that's wrong with the platform and submit our code to say this should be improved. But then it has to go through a review process, and there's only a few people at the foundation that have the admin approval rights for that to merge that code into the code base that we all get to mess around with.
So would they have to like? But this, so if they were going to leave, then like who gets that? Is there a
What
vote or?
what would
Great
probably have
question.
to happen is that there would be a committee formed in the DAO, in the way that there's the DAO committee now that does approves all the transactions, like the financial transactions and funds. There'd have to be a code approval committee that we as the community would be able to nominate people from, or like nominate removals and vote on. That would seem like the only logical way. Because I think obviously I think we can all agree that you would want to gatekeep, preventing just anyone from being able to submit whatever
Yeah.
they want into the code. So
Yeah.
I would think it would be we'd centralize it. We'd have a vote to centralize that authority into people we trust. The HPs of the world.
Yeah, hopefully
Uh,
no one
well,
bad gets in and ruins the whole thing.
Well, there's also because there already exists a committee. I don't remember the acronym for the security guys who can like have the power to like emergency cut off the DAO committee, and like there is like safeguards in place from bad actors. It's just they've never actually needed to be used, so I've never seen it in process. So I'm not like I haven't memorized it effectively.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. And let's see, Rustan, you don't have your hand up, but I think you were
Hey guys.
here to say something. Good morning. How
Good,
are you?
good. Yeah, I feel like the community, we tend to give the foundation way more credit than they deserve. And for me, this whole trip to Argentina, it sounds to me like they just had a meeting one day. They're having this event, and like we should invite the community. Yeah, but we can't just like pick people because then the community would be upset. So maybe we should do a apply for it thing. Like to me, that seems more the way it went down, and it seemed like I don't feel like there was any intent behind any of it really, other than like let's get the community involved. And I do agree with Lastrom. Like, what is the point? What's the point of even going to that really? And I didn't apply. I don't want to go. I don't see the value in going. But also, it's weird to me how when Lastrom chimes in with anything, he's almost always on target with Alpha. Like he shares like serious insider knowledge that's like right on point, and it's often met with like defensiveness, and I think that's strange. And I notice that the community tends to do this a lot. They get really defensive over things that don't align with what they believe, and sometimes I feel like the community, I don't know, creates drama that is not really there. Like again with like not wanting to participate in this application thing. Like why? Like who cares? Who cares about Argentina really? Like if you don't want to go, you don't want to go. Like I don't understand why there has to be drama created about it over it. Like it doesn't make any sense to me. It's strange. And like of all the people that have ever worked for the foundation, there's Lastrom. Here's Lastrom. He's here. He's here in the call talking to you, giving him his insights, and people get defensive about it. It's weird to me. Like that's weird to me. We don't see Toonpunk here. We don't see any of the other people that were part of the foundation
Fired.
that were like, let
Yeah,
go.
there's a reason we don't see him.
Like they're not here. But Lastrom's here. Lastrom was a part of the foundation, and because of the community getting upset that Angzar was approved as a grant, he got fired from the foundation because of a conflict of interest. Like that's crazy to me that the community had Lastrom lose his job over like nonsense. That's crazy to me. And he's still here. He's here. He's here telling you what's going on. He's giving you full insider information about the foundation. He's met everyone on the foundation that people don't even know, and it's like really like what's the point of going to Argentina? That's just like I feel like we're constantly spending a lot of time and energy worrying about shit that doesn't need to be worried about. And it's like I come to these Twitter spaces and I listen and I really pay attention because I love Decentraland. But it's like everybody wants things that already exist on other platforms, and it's weird to me. Like Rafsby from A Kid Called Beast, he was asked to go to Art Basel. He's not going to Art Basel because he knowingly knows he has work to do. He doesn't see the value in going to an event where people are just going to hang around, party, drink, and smoke and socialize. He wants to work. He wants to build his community. And I definitely connect with that. Like I have no interest in going to any events that I have to travel to because like what's the point? I don't see the point in that. Anyways, I could go on and on.
Well, I could see people in that community seeing it as that he doesn't want to meet the community. I'm not saying I feel that way. I'm just saying that has a negative side effect.
Yeah, but see,
I'm sure
that's
for
exactly what I'm
some.
talking about. It's like communities leaning towards a negative and creating something that is not the case. Like that's not the case. That's not why he's not going to Art Basel, and that's not why the foundation. Like to me, the foundation is just complacent in their job. It's just a job for a lot of these people. We didn't see most of the foundation in world before or after they were laid off. Lastrom got fired. He's still here. He shows up. He builds shit. He's working his ass off. He's participating probably
He
more than
uses the
anybody
platform.
in the Decentraland Foundation ever has. But that's the truth. Like that's what's happening.
But it looks like the biggest disconnect is we all have a different outlook on what Decentraland should be. I've heard several people say that, like, I see it as, and I see it as. That might just be the problem. We might just need to all just come together, sit down, and actually powwow about what we see the future of this thing being. So we're not all competing to get certain grants and things like that. Because that's what it keeps coming down to, the money. And it's just like, yo, we're kind of past that. We get that already. And like I said, I just think that it starts here.
I mean, I think you
I
have to just go and build. Just go and do, like, don't, like, act, like, action speaks louder than words. Like, go and do it. That's how I roll. I've always been one to just create what I want to see, and, like, it bums me out that, like, and I'm gonna help with this kid called Beast Link wearable thing because I want to see that happen too. But it's like last week we had a party in Hyperfy for the beasts. They were rocking their whole individual avatars. I didn't need to get approval from any fictitious decentralized DAO, to have that done. I was like, I want to see this. Let's do it. I'm going to show you how to make a VRM. You can make the VRM yourself. You could come to the world. You can party with us with the DJ from A Kid Called Beast. And then we did it. We did it. There's no, like, who's going to handle the API call. Like, what is that all about? Like, I don't get it. It makes no sense to me.
I had a question about VRMs, since we're just getting on the topic. Hello, everybody. Um, I asked in the Decentraland all hands meeting if when Decentraland was going to allow VRM imports like we do in on Cyber and Hyperfy and um, that kind of thing. And I was met with the same kind of like dismissal. I feel like it was just like, that's not a priority right now. That was the answer. And like, being that we all know how we feel about being able to bring our avatars, especially our NFT collections, especially with Vibe coming out, into all of the platforms, and how we feel about interoperability. I was wondering, like, how you guys feel about that. I felt like it was a big deal for me, and I was surprised that, especially after the new feature of us being able to export our VRM avatars, that it's not a priority right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think we
Well, that's
went
a
very
great
vocal
point.
about exporting VRMs to the point where they had to do it almost. Importing VRMs, I think, it's more complicated because it's an open metaverse and they want to have control over the optimization of the assets. So it's definitely a lot trickier. Like, Hyperfy is not an open world, so you can get away with that a little bit. But also, like,
Allowing the exporting of
Hello, everyone.
assets increases the marketplace activity and adds value to the creator economy of Decentraland. Whereas if you allow uploading of external VRMs, like you can't just buy like a DCL hat on the marketplace and put it on your VRM. So I feel like that's probably a big reason why they're not interested.
No, I think it's way more simpler than
yeah.
that. It's they don't care what we think again. And unfortunately, Cheddar, I was sort of not really appalled by their response to your question. It just goes to show time and time again that what I've said is we are all the lab rats and they are the scientists and they don't care about us. We have all, it takes forever to get the wearable hand category, to get the VRM export. If something like this offsite was a meeting of the minds or a marriage of ideas, and the foundation threw up everything they want for their idea of Decentraland on one side, and on the right side, everybody that was in part of the conference threw up everything they wanted. And the foundation said that technically can't work with this, or here might be an issue, or wow, what a great idea. Put it over into the third column, which is this is what we're going to work on. None of that happens. And that's why I'm sort of frustrated in this free fall. And I appreciate Rustan saying, like, we can't be so positive all the time because this is going nowhere. And it's unfortunate that Cheddar got totally dismissed, says, that's not a priority to us right now. Well, what are your priorities? I have asked, what is your roadmap? What are you working on? Who is working on what? And what are you working on so that we don't have an issue like Madamus working on the DCL backpack as a grant? And then they just take it and make their own backpack and put it in the Explorer. No recognition to Madamus, no inclusion or anything from what I've heard on his concept from the DAO grant. So there's a lot of overlap and there's a lot of gap And that is what I'm saying is the foundation is collecting paychecks just enough, giving us just enough so that the mana price is going to pump because people are speculating when really there's only 38 of us and they're not building what we want, regardless if we want it to be an entertainment spot, regardless if we want it to be a gaming spot, regardless if we want it to be a safe space. They don't care.
Make, you've had your hand up, and then Anor.
Hey, kids. Reporting live from Miami. I want to first say thank y'all for being here. I love you so much, whether you're here with me now or we're in fucking Argentina or we're just sitting somewhere in a Discord. Um, I got a lot, you know, but I'm going to keep it short. First of all, I fucking like, I can't express how grateful I am to you guys, no matter how this goes. My first platform that I was on when I met everybody was Altspace. It's dead. But I found you guys. And for that, I'm forever fucking grateful because the story continues, right? Um, and we've all had our ways to bounce together and be together, sometimes connecting together, and sometimes our only connection is Decentraland. That's never going away because we are the people. I want to thank Rustan, Kinessa, Sinful, Existence, especially Mew. I'm sure we've talked about it a little bit. Yes, I'm a kid called Beast. Yes, some of them are beasts. Rustan has graciously offered to teach a class for free to Beasts so we could try and do these link wearables. We're not asking the DAO for any money. We might need some help, and if you guys get some time so we could welcome in some of these amazing people like Matheson down there, who's a beautiful person I haven't seen in TCL, and a bunch of others, so we can introduce what we want and who we want to a community. Um, that's what this is about. When we did the Make a Music Festival, it was about welcoming people in we care about. And it's going to keep being about that. I literally, when it comes to making stuff for DCL and being a part of things, it's a better goal to all be together than try and figure out why things shouldn't work for money. Um, by the way, I'm living my absolute fucking best life, meeting some people I've been dying to meet for a year here. I haven't gone to any conference or anything like looking to see. I've seen some dope art, but the people are going to last a lifetime. And I don't care where that is, I'll go wherever. I really hope, um, with everything going on and how everybody feels, ups, downs, and sideways, that you guys will take a minute to give us a chance for the beast so we can just figure it out and figure out better ways to welcome new people in, regardless of the drama, because we're all in this together. It might not be for everybody. Some people might not write graph or whatever the heck, right? But we're doing this with our hearts because we want to try and we want to just be out there for us. It ain't for DCL. It's legit for us as people. So I hope you'll take a second to vote. And then, we're going to get the Kid Called Beast community. Thank you again to fucking Rustan, who is just out there helping people like a motherfucker. So sorry for cursing. We might need some help with some stuff. And I know it's hard to communicate. We might need a little, because I've talked to a few different companies who've made Link wearables, and everybody's got a different answer about the tech that's got to reconnect stuff. So if we get approved and if everybody wants to push forward, then we might need a little help. Um, but we don't want any money. We just want to welcome in our family, and we want to keep being a family. So I just want to tell you how much I care about you guys. Existence, thank you for spearheading this. I can't vote really right now on my phone. So don't think, please, any of you, that I just put it on that wonderful man who's out there with his heart every day. Um, we're all here in spirit. So thanks for your time. I fucking love you all. And Sinful, if you're in Miami, I'm going to mew you to the fucking moon. So be well, be great, and let's change the world.
You missed it, Make. Aaron was in here earlier. He just like you can't believe how perfect timing it was that he showed up. He came up and spoke earlier too. And I have not voted. I think I left a comment in there.
You did.
Okay, yeah, but I will make sure I will put it in if I absolutely have to. So, but just as I know people don't like it when you vote on your own proposal. So,
Just as a quick aside about the kid called
but I
Beast
didn't
thing,
think.
I've
I don't
seen so
think
many people join that community this week, and like those people do such a good job of like just attacking those tweets with welcoming and like really blowing people up. Like I feel like DCL needs to like we need a better Twitter greeting bandwagon. Like when someone goes like, "Oh man, I just entered DCL for the first time," like we got to hit those people up, and we got to like because like I see the kids called Beast do that, I'm like shit, like makes you I want one now, like like literally all of you, like
I
Vanessa,
wonder if
Trank
they use the
Pogo,
client or the
Dr.
browser
Drip.
to enter it
Hey,
for the first
welcome to
time.
the family, Jared. I didn't know. I'm sorry,
I don't
but
have one yet, but you guys got
oh
you
well,
got me Jones.
You can come hang out
Yeah,
anyway.
for the
It ain't
record,
about
Kid Called
jealousy. This
Beast community is like one of the strongest collectible communities I've ever seen. I mean, like they almost never talk about floor price in the Discord. It's amazing.
Yeah, no, definitely like,
in fairness,
and I think we can
wait,
learn from
I'm
them.
just gonna say, I've been there since mint day. I'm not asking anybody to do it. It was a shit show. I mean, all these projects, when money goes up, down, when people speculate, it's all a shit show. But what happened is, besides the flippers on the fucking bottom trying to farm Blur token, you got a bunch of people who are just trying to make things and do things and push themselves. That's actually incredibly rare in a fucking community. And there is no fucking utopia, not anywhere. Just ask my wife; she'll tell you how great I am on Tuesdays. Um, but it's a special group of people trying to build, and that's why we're trying to do this. But that's also why we're determined to do it out of love for everybody, without anybody's fucking money, just some time and some fucking elbow grease. But we're
Just so you
gonna.
know, part of the process, there will be money spent by the DAO because they like the way the past the process is like the curation committee who curates all wearables will have to like look at like 1/3 or a quarter of the collection to
So
just
here's
confirm
the
it's
thing,
working,
Jared,
and they could
about
end up
this.
paying for that.
Here's the thing about this particular plan. We're doing 40 balaclavas, right? The faces. If successful, they will be RGB. We are eliminating the one-on-ones. If you want to make a one-on-one, go make yourself a wearable. I'll help, and I might even pay the fucking $150 at this point. Um,
Only
so that
100
way,
now.
the
Only
most
100
amount
now,
of
mate.
people can. It's only 40. We're going to teach a class. Rustan has made enough wearables. I think we can all agree he's got a pretty good map of the field. And then the bigger thing is linking those 40, right, to the correct chain and character. But we're not doing 10,000 unique full assets. We're doing 40.
Somebody actually went and bought DCL land, didn't they, mate? Too.
Yeah, I mean, it's Cam Crypto, who I'm going to literally meet right now. I'm standing outside of a party with my fucking hand up so I could go meet a
Nice.
DCL fam who came in from the bees. But
Well, I
it
stand
doesn't even
corrected, sir, that
matter.
it sounds like you guys are really going out of your way to like do it as like economically and like bootstraps as possible. So that's
Yeah,
cool.
it also
100%.
plays well with the central one.
And you know what? If the DAO has to pay fucking money, then fuck, I'll raise it back. I don't want. We're doing this for all of us, and it doesn't even matter if you're fucking beast. This is what ingenuity means. This is what creative passion means. Finding ways to make things work instead of making things fucking hard on everybody and stressing that we need to like live a lifestyle because we want a fucking wearable. No, we want to emancipate the fucking people to have more fun and be free and welcome new people and new energy. And you know what? Maybe if they don't like Decentraland, they'll just leave with a VRM and go hang out with fucking Rooston. Who knows? Maybe it'll inspire the next 20 people to make wearables and bring in more money. If you haven't seen Sazzy Not Again, he makes some of the coolest drip you have ever fucking seen that I'd wear in my real life. Man, I'm dying for that guy to make wearables, but I got to get him there with open arms to push. And I want to push with you all. And if anybody has a problem that it doesn't feel like it's going to make sense for Decentraland or there's something that's holding somebody's back, please write me and let's talk it out. And maybe I missed something on my end that's making somebody feel bad. I did see somebody put a no on it. There wasn't a response, and it's okay. People are allowed to feel how they want. I just like the opportunity to figure out how we could make this better for DCL so that everybody's arms are open and we can welcome in as many new people as possible. I do
And that
have to
one
go, but I love
That
you
one
guys.
person votes no 95,
That's
99%
okay. If
of the
one
time.
person votes no, there might be an opinion we need to look at if it's real. Because we are all here standing together. So if we ain't standing together, what are we doing?
No. I would definitely Maz's whatever his objection is probably poorly articulated at the least.
Well, he also sent me multiple NFTs because I brought in 30 to 50 people in Decentraland, and it said I was a rat trying to steal Decentraland's money.
Yeah,
That
no.
that
Any
may be due to
that's
the
a
other
meta
By the
stuff.
way,
tracker, beat
I was
tracker.
told
Yeah.
by him in a space with people here that I wasn't a good person because I participated with a company he didn't believe in, and then I was shamed in my wallet. And yes, you could hide
Well,
it, but that
oh,
shame's
I
still there. It broke Cece's heart, who is my best fucking friend. She was crushed when she got that NFT. Broke her fucking
she
heart.
did she even vote in that one? Because I thought today I saw her say
She
she'd vote
wasn't
between either
voting.
way.
She was going to participate and put on a show for people to smile and welcome people. And she
Yeah.
was
No,
heartbroken.
either way.
And so was
Either way,
I.
there's not a person on this panel besides maybe like Lastrom and Cheddar. If you're an active voter in Decentraland, like I'm pretty sure every one of us have a Mazza NFT. And admittedly, I actually do think he's right about the thing I voted for. He shamed me about. But regardless, it doesn't like making a bad vote one time or like being overestimating someone's commitment to the platform and giving them more is not like shouldn't be. Yeah, there's no reason to be because I know like a lot of people felt
There's
like
no
real dog
reason to
shit
be
getting his
shamed when we're
NFTs.
out here trying to make it better, no matter how anybody feels. But I'll move on. I digress.
Yeah.
What I'm
Well,
Well,
yeah.
and
saying
that
is, I
account,
care so much about you guys. I don't care if we're on Spatial, Altspace, or Decentraland. We're building the future when we hold on together and do fucking amazing things. Let's make this about being amazing and fucking learning about humans instead of what's going to happen to a fucking DAO. Everything can shit the bed, but we can if we stand together or at least near each other and listen to each other and stop fucking fighting over piddle paddle. I fucking love you guys. I gotta
that
go because I've literally sat in front of this party now for an hour with Decentraland, someone who just bought fucking Decentraland. Literally, he's waiting there for an hour. I love you
Dude, get
guys.
out
I
of here.
swear to it. You are
Get
the
out of
best
here. We got to
fucking
kick you out.
community in the entire world. And I'd fly to Argentina and back, but don't tell my wife. Love y'all.
Have fun.
Have,
I have to
have
say, I
fun.
agree with that
Be
sentiment.
safe.
Despite whatever happens with any platforms, I think that this group right here and the people that make up, the virtual world that we all inhabit are the core of it. And I'm really not worried. I'm not concerned about at all about what happens with the DAO or with Foundation or with anything because we're all still going to be here. And I think that that also speaks to what Vanessa was saying about not waiting for anyone to save us, to save ourselves, to invest in ourselves, and to secure our own bag collectively. Because we're all still going to be here when it's all said and done. We were all here when AOL chat rooms first started. We were all here when MySpace first started. We were all here when Facebook first started, and now it's a graveyard. We were all here when Mario and Duck Hunt first started. We were all here for Pac-Man. We were all here for Atari. Well, maybe some of us weren't, but we've been here and we will be here. So not worried about it
I
at all.
appreciate that.
I love y'all.
I'm about to head out too, but counter to that, and I'm not always being negative, but the platform might not exist, so we might all still be here, but we'll move on to something else like Atari. We've moved on to Xbox.
Exodus.town. We can go to
Uh,
Exodus.town. We'll be good.
I don't use Facebook anymore. So we're here because we want to protect the product, and we're here because the product has brought us together. So as much as we want to rah around each other, the product might go down the tube, and then where are we going to go after that? So I think we're trying to preserve where we can collectively meet together in the space called Decentraland, and whatever vision you have for it. I would pay attention to the foundation and the DAO to maintain that platform because it might not exist. It might be shit, and we might have to move on to the AOLs or what we now call Roblox and Fortnites and TikTok. So I think we definitely need to pay attention and weed through the wag me mentality because we might just be standing alone in Decentraland. So I do have to go. It's 65 degrees in Los Angeles. Beautiful. I appreciate you guys having me up. I'm always available on Discord if you have any other questions. And I try to be as real as possible. I'm here because I love Decentraland. I've loved it since 2018. There's a ton of issues, and that's why I'm still here, because I want to fix them for everybody, and I want it to continue. So thanks so much for having me.
There are
Thank
many
you for being
projects.
here.
Oh, sorry. Yes, thanks. But there are many projects out there that could have gone under. Uh, my prime example, Nilings. But again, the community took it over. So it all comes down to us. I would hate to see so many things that people have built inside Decentraland go away. I think there's more than enough of us that will never let that happen.
Well, and I think change is inevitable. I mean, growth is painful. You can't create something new without destroying something old. And I think we should have Cheddarland. After hearing you speak Cheddar, I think I'm gonna fork Decentraland and just make a decentralized metaverse, but it's made of cheese, and then you can carve the cheese into whatever you want, just for you, Cheddar, and you're gonna be the queen. Um, Thank you everybody for being here. Just to reset the room, if there's anybody up in the speaker panel who wants to continue, please, put up your hand. Really appreciate everybody's opinions, and when there's so many people, it can be hard to, sometimes we lose a thought and we have to come back to it. Existence, you had your mic open.
Yeah, sorry. Again, usual suspect, Center Square, Hollywood Squares. Another thing I wanted to ask was, because we've talked about the foundation, and it's also come up. They had the AMA or whatever on Wednesday, I think, that I missed, and I want to hear what was talked about, because I've caught some snippets of conversation. My understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, the browser option to go to Decentraland is going away. What else? What else
Lastrom is
was
really
the big
adamant
thing?
about that, but I told Ryan at DG that was happening, and he tells me that he asked the foundation, and they assure him that that's not true. So, frankly, I'm very interested to see how that goes down, because it would be mind-boggling to me that the foundation would just lie to the COO of their biggest builder about that.
I mean, like just logging in on the browser, because I think that's like an easy, frictionless way for outsiders to come in if they were to
Yeah,
get rid
but
of
the
that.
rumor is that will stop being a thing, and you'll have to download the client.
The
Oh,
answer
that's not
keeps
good.
changing. The answer keeps changing. I mean, they said no, it will not go away to Lastrum, and then later on they were kind of saying that it will still be there, but there won't be any more updates to it, which is stupid. And I hope you're listening to Decentraland. Don't be stupid. And yeah,
Yeah,
sorry, Ganessa.
because
No,
like the frictionless ability, just like if a person, like say if you wanted to do like a contest or like an event and you invite like outsiders in, like they could just like log in without like maybe creating like an actual login, and that's good. If they take that away, that's going to create more friction
Oh yeah,
to do that
so
kind
bad
of
and so
thing.
brutal.
and I think that just the way that they answered the question, like you can gain a lot from an answer, but you can gain even more from how an answer is given. And I think Lastrom had to kind of force an answer,
He
and
had to
so
speak to them like a 3-year-old. Come on, we
yeah.
need better leadership here.
And yeah, Julianne, like it's hard enough even the way it is right now to get your friends in, to get a wallet set up. If they don't have a wallet, then they can't get, they can't go accept any NFTs. And a lot of times that's kind of the thing that, maybe is a carrot on the stick to dangle to come back. So it really has to be easy, and mobile would be really awesome, because then you could reach an entire population of the world that doesn't have reliable internet computer access. So there's a whole laundry list of things that would help advance it. But yeah, I think the community will be watching that one really closely, and if they don't support the browser, it's just inevitable. They're going to lose a lot of people. I don't think that's over dramatic to say that a lot of people would be like, all right, like, I mean, also if you have
Any
to log in
Linux
with your
user, as I
phone,
understand it from Zesty, would
yeah,
literally never.
the one they might lose the one Linux user, Zesty. We got to
I
keep
mean,
them.
I thought
he
you
is a
said
lot of
Annie
people's
Lennox.
exit liquidity. Okay, so we gotta keep our exit liquidity happy. Okay, you guys can't get rid of the browser. Zesty's the only person buying my KOA wearables. Okay.
I thought you said Annie Lennox. Anyway, um, shit, I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh no, what the foundation obviously needs a good PR person. If I'm guessing maybe they're like a lot of the people in the community. People say talk about NFT projects, the creators, the devs. They're the socializing aspect is not their forte. They just want their head in code and creating and building. Maybe they just need a really good PR person to explain these things better.
They have Kim. I mean, she's pretty good. She hears us and she does take that information back to the team. I appreciate the way that she responds to inquiries. There's a reply here from Solid D Network on the Spaces comments that says for users of DCL who stick to free and open source OS, thus don't have access to Windows or Mac, giving up the browser entry point to DCL equals to expelling us.
I'm
And
going to
that's from the
screenshot
community.
that. I'm going to screenshot that and drop it in the Decentraland Discord and tag leadership or so-called leaders.
There's another thing that I wanted to tell you guys about. Now that the Decentraland Music Festival is out of the way, I'm continuing with the artist onboarding kit project. So if there's anyone here in this space that's listening right now that has a venue, a performing venue in Decentraland, and you would like to be added to the official Decentraland like registered performance venues list, then please send me a DM with the name of your venue, the coordinates in Decentraland, a link, right, to jump into that venue, and any point of contact information, website, email address, general information, that any artist or anyone looking for general information about your venue can look for. And I will add that information to a list that I'm building of all Decentraland performing venues. Thank you.
Cheddar, within that, are you also doing like performers? Like I could see a lot of people that just came in for the Make a Music Fest. Like if they wanted to perform somewhere else, are you also compiling anything like that?
You know what? DM me your information if you are a performing artist as well, and I will create another list. I'll create a list of venues and a list of artists, like Stony and Jim Cedric, I see in here. There's DJs, there's people that do performing arts in other ways, poets. I don't care. Yes, yes, let's do that too.
Do it. Do it. You said Jim Cedric is I didn't know he's a performer, but I will be at that concert if he does.
I thought you did perform. Maybe I'm never mind. Maybe I'm
I don't
confusing
know.
anything.
I might be messing with him because one time we saw like the request to speak button come up and Sin and I were both so excited, like Jim's gonna come talk to us. And then he was like, just kidding, and then bam, shot us down. I don't know what happened behind the scenes, but that's what I visualize happening, possibly.
Hey Cheddar, I got a question for you when it pertains to that, because that's something I was thinking about too. That would be dope, to have some type of onboard for the artists and things like that. But my question is, what are some of the benefits that would come from actually, hosting something like that?
I think just more community driven onboarding, right? This all stemmed from like the Meta Trackers grant where they were talking about onboarding artists and they were going to have an artist onboarding kit. And I just, I wanted to build up on that. And I think that like, I've been here for 2 years and I've seen some DJs and some artists from like their very first days or their very first shows build themselves up to be like mega Decentraland performing artists and DJs and doing contests and even being featured on huge foundation events. And I think that that is like has served as a big outlet to onboard creators and people who are builders and are special to our community. They end up contributing so much. Look at what Buffalo's doing. I mean, just incredible things, right? And so I think that the more as a community that we take ownership of facilitating these onboarding of some of our greatest assets that are like, the human capital, right? That we can not have to rely on huge grants to do this kind of stuff, that we can do community driven onboarding and empower every single person in the community to be an onboarder. And we can like the idea is to sort of create a community guide that we can add to the Decentraland documentation that will serve for performing artists and anyone who is new to Decentraland to hit the ground running. These are all the venues. This is where you can go. This is, the path that you can take. And then from that foundation that we've already created for you, you can add your own twist to it. You can build up on that and just continue. I mean, I've seen so many people that have just started out, like their first show at True Band Room, doing their little shy thing, and now they have land and they're putting together their own productions. And I think that that's exemplary of what we want users for that to happen with them when they come into our world, that they can just maximize, right, the opportunities that are here. But I think that we have to facilitate that as a community.
I love that you're doing that, Cheddar. Thank you so much for putting that together. I think, like, I personally want to make more content like that, more resources to have, like, the beginner that's never been to Decentraland before. Like, what do they need to get started to, like, build out their world or build out some land and stream to their world? Like that right there, just shortening that like point from A to B, I think is going to be crucial for getting new users to come in and realizing like, yeah, I can do a party on my land. And that right there has still is where we are better than, Fortnite, better than Roblox. I mean, in some ways, like you have the creative control over your land, and that we got to push that. So thank you for doing that. Yes, go
You're
ahead. Oh,
welcome. I'm working on more. We're gonna I just got together with Fractillions and Frisky and Goldilocks, and together we are going to be working on a community content creation pilot program where we're going to be creating social media content specifically about Decentraland, and we're going to dispel a lot of myths, and we're going to continue to build content on social media, shorts, YouTube shorts, TikTok reels, Instagram reels, and stuff like that. They do get a lot of views. And I think that that's a really good way to answer a lot of the most common questions that people have when they come into Decentraland. But to answer those common questions, to take that to them, instead of waiting for them to come into Decentraland and ask those questions, we can reach out to them and answer some of the most common questions that they have about Decentraland on social media. And part of that is going to be to, you know, build up more creators, right? So like once the first cohort is done, then we're going to be able to bring in more people and hopefully grow the program into something that we can reward the people that are already creating content centered around Decentraland, and to provide them with tips, tricks, knowledge, or resources for them to do more than what they're already doing and do it more efficiently and better and increase the quality, because the organic content is really what's going to push us out there. Foundation is not paying for any advertising. They're not putting any money into, you know, getting the visibility out there. So I think that collectively, we can do more.
Yeah, and that's kind of where I was getting at, because it's like, until Beast, that's the most traffic I've seen for DCL. I mean, like those guys, I mean, they go crazy with the marketing, but it seems like, if you don't already have this massive platform behind you, massive audience behind you, it seems that you kind of, fall between the cracks. And it's just like, it's so much talent there that it's almost not fair. You know what I mean?
yeah, and the beast
So
is
much
special.
talent.
Go ahead, Cheddar.
Nope, nope, that's all I was gonna say.
I do
All right,
think
I was
DCL is a really good place for like us, for small artists without a lot of people behind them, to build like a community and a foundation to jump off from into the greater, like, marketing Web3 and Web2 music world and other things. Because like Buffalo is a great example. I think he's really built a really good foundation, and he's leveraged that to do lots of awesome things in the real world. And he's not the only one, I think, but I think he's my favorite example, but there's like at least a half dozen. DJ Tracks, I think, did a really great job. He's like, he definitely has a great story, like when you hear him tell it. And now he's like, still doing metaverse, but also doing like, what was it, Monster? What like huge brand company for the F1 races in Vegas that just happened? Was he like, their house DJ? So you can definitely come from nothing, come to DCL, or not nothing, not to slander either of those dudes, but like come from not being a baller and build out a baller life in Decentraland. Like they have proven it. And we just got to show the world their success story so that more people realize that's possible. Because that'll
there's an
get them
advantage
excited.
to being like a bigger fish in a smaller pond.
Exactly. Way more concise. I should have workshopped how I was going to present that with you before I started. Because what she said. Now that I'm talking, though, guys, and I'm just going to pretend it's because of my birthday that I'm going to show it, but I don't know if any of you saw that Nikki had put out some merch like 2 weeks ago now. But if I just retweeted it and I told Nikki to pin it. But you guys should definitely, Christmas is right around the corner. Last week we all, we spent our money on some One Existence t-shirts. There's still more of those too. Rooston's got new ones. But I think, if I was going to, ask for a birthday present, I think a Nikki Fuego hoodie should add to my ever-growing list of like Decentraland and DG hoodies. That'd be perfect.
Jared, is it actually your birthday today?
No, my birthday's on Tuesday. It's in 3 days. So I'm just here to... I got to give you warning. It would be rude to ask you to buy me something on the day. I got to give you a little heads up notice, There's a nice beanie with a little
I collect
ball.
presents. I collect presents, right? Like NFTs are like presents, bro. On Tuesday, you say?
Yeah, my birthday's 12/12. Very easy to remember. Also
Okay,
a very bad password to use.
you
That
might
explains why your favorite number is 12.
Yes. I'm a
you
simple
might
man.
make up to a nice present, bro. Who knows? You'll have a good birthday, I hope.
Well, I mean genuinely, I don't need birthday presents. I think the best birthday present for me would be if everyone went and bought themselves some Nikki Fuego merch. That said, I will 100% accept your presents. I don't want you to don't think I'm too proud. I love a present, but I just was bad at moving my conversation into go buy Nikki Fuego merch. I've just retweeted it. It's at the top of my timeline. If Nikki's listening, they will have pinned it. She'll know.
Speaking of wearables, did I see a Brandon Manis beard in the marketplace?
That was Doki's last month drop. Was a Brandon Manis beard. Yes. That said, I think it's a hot commodity. If you weren't a Doki pass holder or friends with the Doki pass holder, you're gonna might be rough. Might be hard to get your hands on. That said,
and not just any beard. It's a Brandon Manis.
100% of Doki's beards have
10 beard.
Does that code still work? I mean, it'd just be a travesty if it didn't. You're just promoting Wisher and he's not getting his cut.
Brandon 10 Wisher Vodka. Yeah, right. We should probably check up with him and see if that's still active. If not, we could like do something else for him.
I'll just say I don't care if they're here or not. That's some damn good vodka, actually. I like Tito's and Belvedere. It's some fine ass vodka.
I mean, there should be a One Existence 10 password at this point because you are for sure the person I've heard promote Brandon's link the most. But yeah, there's even some nice Nikki Fuego fanny packs. Booty, nice booty bag, I think is what they call a bum bag. That's what they call them in England. Yeah, that's Did you? You should look up what fanny means in English European slang because I don't want to say it. It's not like it's crass, but it's just funny why they laugh at the expression fanny pack. But it's just it's a chuckle, and it's not like you'll all chuckle. But anyway, Noah's back, and he's been trying to get here and talk a couple times, so I'll stop monologuing. I assume that's probably still what's been preventing
Noah
it.
Here, I must be like. Twitter must be rugging me. I don't see him.
I saw them just come back into the audience. It's at the top of my page.
He's back, and he was waiting forever to speak.
Yeah, and he brought up a great question in chat, so I'm going to invite a knower. If you don't have to accept, because I know sometimes it's like, okay, I had 20 minutes to talk, and now my car, I'm sitting in the mall, and it's 20 degrees out, and I got to go get shopping presents, so I get it. But a knower's question, what I feel like was pretty relevant, and I didn't see it while we were on the topic about the foundation and the meetup, but he asked, do we want the foundation to limit how much they're spending, or do we want them to hold an event without an attendance limit? Aren't these two ideas and tensions? So yeah, I guess we could talk about that, or Unknower could come up if they're available.
Well, I think that the dichotomy would be just limit how much they're spending and not host an event at all, since I think the fair conclusion would be, obviously there is no way to limit spending and have everyone go. So I think that's why I think a lot of the quote unquote boycotters or dissenters were, I think more leaning towards just wait for local Knesset organized, meetups would be that would be my thought on that general options.
I show Unknower as a speaker. Just start speaking, Unknower, if you're able.
Wow, that's crazy. I don't even see him up here.
Well, he just thumbed down, so I don't know what's going on. Step down, come back up if you're.
Yeah, Twitter does that.
If you show a speaker, I don't know.
Sinful, do you show him as a speaker?
I do not see him as a speaker. And also, Jared, I'm trying to look for the Nikki Fuego wearable you just mentioned in the market, and I don't see it.
No, sorry, I didn't do
it's
a good
IRL.
job. Yeah, it's IRL items. These are, it's hoodies. There's all that. It's like a whole smorgasbord. Very reasonably priced.
That's sick.
Nikki tweeted about it on November 27th. I don't believe she tweeted about it again. I just retweeted it because it took some digging to find on her timeline. I should remember how to leave things in comments on Twitter Spaces. That would be better. Shilling.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm look right now. I'm probably message Nikki. So expect a DM Nikki. By the way, guys, I got timed out of the Decentraland Discord for giving feedback.
You're joking. That's not real, is it?
I even tweeted about it.
What was the offense? Like, what's the official rule that you broke or something? What was your
irony?
What did you
I don't know. I probably
what law did you break?
It's probably for tagging the CEO of Decentraland because he's the person that needs to see this.
Instigator.
Oh, you got timed out 8 minutes ago.
Yeah,
you
I think that's right.
you got timed out for that message?
Yeah.
The message of comments on today's commute, that got you timed out?
Yes, it did.
Man, I would love to be petty and call it karma, but really, K's and OK is absolutely an incompetent fascist.
Well, I forwarded that on to Esteban, Mayara, and Decentraland on Twitter as well. So somebody's going to get that message.
Because I know the Mew can be a sarcastic, disrespectful man. I've seen you do it to people, but I was going over to be like, okay, Sinful, you were probably being a bit of a dick, but that's actually the most insanely mild. That is, tagging those. You shouldn't have tagged K's. I guess you were asking for it. K's was K's is heavy on the punishment buttons. Rules with an iron fist. We're an unruly community, I guess it might be worth trying. That's freaking crazy.
It, but
so we can't see it anymore, huh? What you posted? Did they delete it?
I pinned it up at the top, a screenshot of what I posted, and yeah, of course, I tagged the Decentraland twice, and I'm kind of a dick.
But not there. That is such a mild, just hey, letting you guys know, this is a thing. That is totally. I don't know. Maybe outside of this message was the last time you were there, were you just being a real shithead about it?
Emma's hurt. You don't want her panties for your birthday.
What I never said that, but I'm not sure where this.
Wow, that's kind of crazy. You put it in the feedback channel too, so it wasn't like you plastered it.
I actually do think that that wearable absolutely like got you like in the Twitter algorithm being like punished, where they're just like, we can't have you pervs with your your naked women. So like I won't tweet about it, but I'd wear it. I would wear your panties. Not a thing I expected to say today or ever really, but
I love that you did.
yeah. So yeah, please clip this section of the Twitter space and
Yep,
do as you
yep.
would like.
Someone get the sound bite quick.
Yep. Cut all other context out. Jared loves to wear panties.
And we wonder
Breaking
why they
news.
don't want to talk to us.
Listen, we're a fun loving bunch here. But yeah, also, guys, if you want to explore your femininity, you can do it safely in the comfort of the metaverse. And M has provided the wearable for you. I do believe there are still some legendary options available on the market. So get out there, folks.
And on that segue, I see Dr. Drip, you're up here. Also, and Noah was up here a little bit earlier, and we did invite him back. So you got a rock, paper, scissors. Who goes first? Oh, I got the
Yeah,
rock.
They got a
I'm
rock.
not here to explore my femininity today, but and we had to assume something like that because M's my girlfriend. Anyone who doesn't know, we had to assume the jokes would come out when we were making that delicate item. But no, I would love if Unknower goes first. I just have a little something to share.
Hey, so I'm kind of jumping around between Wi-Fi and cell data today, so probably why I'm having trouble staying up here, I guess. But I guess I'm just been trying to I'm trying to think of things through the lens of how the foundation members would see it, and um, earlier Lastrom was saying they just don't really listen to us, and they don't really care about us, and I kind of find myself thinking like, why would they, and who would they listen to? Because it seems like we're impossible to please in some ways. Like we tell them we want them to include us in meetups and events and keep us informed with what's going on with the foundation and what's going on with the platform. So they like hold an event and they invite us. And then we say, oh, but you guys are spending down money, or like, why are you guys spending money when you just did a bunch of layoffs? But then we also say, everybody should be invited. There should be like an infinite attendance limit, or like maybe not so low of an attendance limit when maybe that's just a way of kind of preserving funds. And then it's like, if they do start listening to us, who do they listen to? Because then inevitably somebody's going to say that they're not being listened to and that they're playing favorites. And I just feel like from the foundation's point of view, that must like the idea of even giving us the time of day when we're so disjointed and so, to Rashton's point earlier, so like desperate to find drama when there is none. I almost feel like they would look at it and just think that's just a huge can of worms and it's going to be a slippery slope, and we're better just kind of doing our own thing and letting everybody else catch up, and that's kind of disappointing. So I don't know. That's my take on it, but I'm open to hearing ways that I could be wrong.
I'm
I
so
agree
glad.
with you. I think that
Uh,
it is very difficult when you have so many differing points of view to please everybody. You're never going to be able to do that. It's not going to happen. But I do think that there are some things that the community largely, like 99%, like agrees on. And one of those things is that if they are going to make decisions on changes that are going to break certain things, like getting rid of support for browser, that those things should be communicated, and that the developers, the core community, the DAO should be um, informed and included in that decision making process so that the input is given prior to the decision being made, rather than the decision being made and then them letting us know at an AMA, and then we have this kind of situation that we have right now, right, where it's not just a simple feature or something that could go one way or the other. I think it's something that pretty much all of us are either troubled by or have questions about, or are behind the idea that a web browser is something that is needed,
Shit, I
or
just
things like that. Like there's just certain things that the community stands behind overall that are not happening, and those few issues I think should definitely be addressed.
that shit. I just it just dawned on me. the browser goes away, so does the web builder. What the? Oh my god!
So
Sorry.
I'd like to respond because that's actually a really good. I'm glad I Noah go first. He's got really great points. Which is it, right? Like, oh come on, little bird, don't be like that. Come on, let's go. Come here. Don't give me that. I'm a little bit sick, so bear with me. And apparently my bird's having a bad day too. But let me put her downstairs real quick and continue my thought. Um, so which is it, right? Like, do we need, how are we going to improve this situation and this thing that they put together? Is it by deciding to go left or deciding to go right? And I think that, that the entire point is that there's an issue here. Um, the way that it was brought up is maybe not the best way. And you know, if I'm gonna think about the question objectively and stop being so vague here, I would probably say something like, um, well, if they wanted to spend less on money and travel, they could have it. They could have either multiple summits or have one over here and utilize the new ambassador program that they just put together and that we're all still waiting for something to happen with. It didn't need to be really far for everyone, expensive travel, and then to create a scholarship program. Now there's a monetary value behind it. Now people are getting jealous. Now people are getting upset and feeling left out because they couldn't go and they feel like they wanted to go and they feel like they deserve to go. And now it's no longer an opportunity while other people get the opportunity. And it could have just been done a little bit differently. It could have been done without the expensive travel that these people are getting, a free vacation of sorts, and then talking about the program like it's really great. That sounds to me like selling out. I don't want to be a paid actor here. I've received grant funds. I've got a big bag. I don't need to fud my bag, right? And so by having these monetary benefits, anything I say that's wag me and toxic positivity it's not true, and it makes me a paid actor. I don't want that. So I just wanted to get up here to say, if you guys see Dr. Drip saying some stuff that's I'm not trying to say that I'm going to be attacking people. That's not what I want to do. I'm not saying that we should all be insulting each other. That's not what I want to do. But I'm done with the toxic positivity. If there's something that I think that isn't right, like them wanting to put together an SDK 7 um, uh, they want to put together another team, another council team. We're making jobs for our friends again. For what? So they could convert all the code. They're not converting anything. They're making documentation. The people that are converting things already know they don't need the documentation. They need funding. We need Bensei to go finish the Infinity engine that they pulled from him. They won't let him do it now. So there's other things that money could go towards rather than some grandmasters sitting with an imaginary job helping people when people they need someone that's going to do the work. So that's one thing that I had I found myself typing up a slightly negative comment about. So I just wanted to say, if you guys see Dr. Drip being a little bit different, it's because it's been 2 years and they've treated us with the, I won't say no respect, but like a minimal amount of respect in terms of communication, in terms of deliverables, their development, their testing on production servers. These are simple things that nobody does. And to ask, is that how seminars are put together? No, they're not. They're not this is not a normal way of handling anything. So we can give them the benefit of the doubt. Benefit of the doubt. You guys heard me plenty of times before giving people the benefit of the doubt. I'm getting a little tired of it. But to answer Anora's question, I don't know. I don't know if there's a one easy solution for all this. But I think that there's a problem here, and there's enough of us saying that there's a problem here. And it took courage to get up here and say something because Jared's right. There's a lot of people that feel this way about this, and we're not going to say anything. And we're just going to let the toxic positivity people just say, oh, it's all good, it's all fine. So I just want to, and again, I need to backtrack for a second because I don't want to disrespect any one of you. I think we all have a right to be here. I think we all have a right to feel comfortable on the internet, spending time with the people that we want to spend, in this place. So if what I'm saying is pushing anyone away from that, that's not what I wanted to do. I just want things. I hope that that we can be just a little bit more objective and realistic with these things without stepping on toes and hurting each other. And again, I hope I'm not hurting anyone today. I really don't think I am. But yeah, I think that I'm really, really appreciative that Rustan and Lastrom got up here and were able to maintain a civil conversation, because there's a lot of passionate people behind what they said. And I just wanted to echo that. So thank you so much for letting me share today.
Appreciate you, Dr. Drip. Um, if he disagrees with something you say or wants clarification, you you do perfectly fine when you ask. I will say that, and that's very much appreciated as such.
Well, I appreciate all of you guys, and everyone for being here. Like, we all could just turn the shit off, right? We all could go find something else to do, but we're here for a reason. Like, I was telling M the other day, why are we so hooked on this platform? There's something about it that keeps us all so captivated, and it's not there with some of these other platforms. Why are we not all obsessed with Fortnite UEFDN or whatever it is, or Roblox? Like, a lot of us do play Roblox, but we're not like obsessed with it, right? And it's weird to me, but at the same time, it tells me that we all believe in this technology way more than it deserves right now. And that's why I think it's really important for us to say, wait a minute, that's not right. I think there should be some change there.
That's all great points, Dr. Drip. I definitely agree. And also with Cheddar Queso and a lot of things you guys both said, especially with the whole thing with the browser. I mean, I was really disappointed to hear that they were getting rid of that. But then, and I'm not trying to be like toxic positivity, because I also think that's kind of that needs to be pushed back on just the pure WAGMI stuff. But I guess just to play like devil's advocate, maybe if their goal is to kind of push towards like having a mobile browser, and being a little bit more like Roblox, I guess, where because Roblox isn't on the browser, you have to download a client for that, and that doesn't seem to be holding them back at all. I think if they could fix the issues with the client, that would be a major benefit, obviously. But maybe if this is all part of a greater plan for them to kind of move towards a highly performant mobile and desktop client kind of experience, that would make things better for us. Like maybe that's an angle to consider too. But yeah, I agree that like the bare minimum of just asking for them to keep us up to date, especially like the development community that's kind of always trying to play catch up with these changes that get made, like the main realm that just kind of got dropped on our heads. I think the bare minimum of just like keeping us informed somehow is not too much to ask. So that's a great point.
Is that possible? Is it possible to have Decentraland the way that we envision it to be, with hundreds of thousands of millions of users in Genesis City running around at the same time on a browser? Maybe that's not possible. And maybe that's why, like we have to like kind of put our wishes on a balance scale and determine what it is that we wish for more. Do we wish for Decentraland to grow and Genesis City to grow into a place where we go into Decentraland Music Festival and we're literally body to body avatars, everybody running around? There's no space for you to even stand because there's so many people, like a giant Coachella, right? How is that going to ever be possible on a web browser? Do we have to move to a client? I don't mind. Like when I play Roblox or when I play Nifty Island, I don't mind downloading an app on my phone to play it. It's not a big deal for me. Do we have to move to a time where like there is a basic browser version where you can do some things, but in order for you to be able to have the full experience with 100 million people in Genesis City at the same time, shopping and going to events, watching movies, doing concerts, events, playing games all at the same time, is that even possible on a browser?
That's a really good question. And I think for a lot of questions like that, I don't know who to ask. There was somebody recently reached out and they were like, "Hey, what is this built on?" And I don't think it was just like a Unity Unreal Engine kind of question. It was deeper than that. And so I reached out to a knower, and we were both kind of like, I mean, really like having that in the dark about the behind the scenes, like the coding and the deeper stuff. I think that that's where we don't know why these decisions are made, because like I'm not a coder, I'm not a developer, like I don't know, and the more of us that are just in the dark that we can't answer those questions, I think that's when they can make these decisions, and we're like, I don't know, like, okay, I guess that's in the best interest of everybody. So it really does, like, I feel like we could benefit from having, actually what we should do is write a DAO proposal to get funding to hire a third party to come in and audit the procedure and like look at the stuff behind the curtain from a objective third party and be like, is this in the best interest, or why, like, can we do it, can we not, like, why are these
Right.
decisions being made? I mean, at least
Well,
like
I
I
think
don't know, like
it's
I
part
know
of
a
the reason why
knower.
Lastron was pissed off is because he is a developer. He does know all of the technical stuff that we don't know. And he's finding out about this through an AMA and having to ask the question, like, slowly, yes or no, is this going to be a feature that is going to be available? And he is the developer. He does know all of this stuff that we don't know, but he's still in the dark. And I think that's where a lot of the anger comes from.
And I guess if we like kind of think about why would they be acting like that, it's almost like, are they afraid of the like blowback or pushback coming back from the community? Like maybe we're having more impact than we think, but it's just that we're not really directing our energy in a way that's productive. So they feel like if they are up front with us, we're just gonna like get pissed off, and I don't know.
And I have to agree with you, Unknower. The community is like very if something happens that they don't like, they're very reactive in a way that they just like jump to this reaction very quickly. A lot of the times the people in the community are not patient. They don't understand that things take time, that we do have to have these discussions right here, these painful discussions, in order for these things to be taken into consideration. And I definitely have to agree with you. Like I listen, my mother, I don't tell my mother a lot of things. You know why? I have one sibling, and that's my older brother. He's 6 years older than me. My brother and I both agree that there are just things that we just don't tell my mom. It's not because we don't love her. It's not because we want to lie to her. It's not because we want to like disrespect her or any of that. It's because it's better if we just don't tell her because she's never going to change. It's like it's just going to make it worse for us. So like we have collectively decided to like leave her out of certain things. And I think that's like a perfect example because the community does overreact a little bit, and I think that we do have to be patient, but that's also humanity. And I think that when you have millions of dollars in a vesting contract and you have a marketing director and you have this whole team of professionals and legal people, that you can find ways to include the community, at the very least your core developers and the people that are really building. It's not like we have to include me or one existence in the deal, right? Because even though we have our opinions, we necessarily wouldn't know how to solve these problems when they do come up or how to offer solutions because we don't have the technical knowledge. But at the very least, there are some people that should be included that are.
Yeah, like I shouldn't be the person bringing to Ryan at DG's attention that there's a discussion around sunsetting browser support. Like, that shouldn't be me making that, DCL DG, communication gap get filled.
Right. Like, what's his name? Came into the Discord and what's his name? James. He was like, "Hey, I'm sorry I missed the AMA, but this is really a concerning conversation that you guys are having here." And it's like, well, it's kind of shitty that you're just now finding out about this and you're one of the people whose life depends, right? I don't know, but uh I don't know if we want to stick on this subject, but I'm kind of interested in knowing if there are any builders or creators that have submitted any entries into the Wellness Month open call, because I believe it closes today.
I am not a licensed psychologist or therapist. I would be remiss to
I I
do
know
such a
of
thing.
I know of one person that was
Oh,
working on it,
yeah.
and they spoke in the space last week. Miss Joe. Uh, she's been trying to. She needs some help with some things. If anybody's willing to help, I know she was reaching out to Bay, but I can send her your way. Hopefully she got her application in at least.
Yeah, and I think right now the open call is for 3D builds and game experiences. Um, so it's more for like the actual virtual spaces, but the open call for non 3D modelers and non builders, like is coming up. So I doubt there's going to be any like mental health professional type of stuff involved in this first open call.
Yeah, I can speak a little on that because we, had a couple of pretty deep emotional Twitter spaces for anybody that I realize people don't, go back and listen to them, but I think those were pretty hard spaces for a lot of us. And I personally was questioning, like, is the foundation going to collaborate with any professional, mental health organizations? Is this mental health? Because really, like, it's wellness. And so I decided I'd stop complaining in the background and just be like, Bay, I have these concerns. What is the foundation planning on doing? And so we had a great, she wanted to know, what the concerns were that the community brought up. So I took a little call with her and just kind of expressed, like, from my perspective, and I have to just remind myself that this is my perspective, not the community's. Like, I see the topic of wellness and my head goes to mental health because for those of us that don't know, there's a mental health crisis. If you are not doing well, there's a 4-month wait to get therapy. Use the hotlines, that gets you in a lot quicker. So my fear is that we have amazing builders. Let me just say that we have amazing builders that built amazing stuff for music fest. I mean, all the others. I don't know about, I don't know about Biennale, but amazing builders here. But being an amazing builder is not being a person who is qualified to talk about some of these issues, which can get deep really fast. Um, so again, I interpret wellness with, like, the holistic, the whole body, mental health, and just bringing that up without the safety net in place of having, real resources where if somebody comes in and they start reading about mental health and it triggers some trauma that they're still working through, and then they leave Decentraland and then they're, they crash and burn. That's a serious concern. And just, I realize, like, somebody might be like, why the fuck is Canessa talking? My background is in behaviorism, psychology. I'm a suicide prevention specialist. I worked 10 years in a middle school and high school. So my background is that mental health is near and dear to my heart. However, with talking to Bay, like, I kind of just realized, like, I not that I went off on her, but I'm, like, so deeply passionate that I'm like, what is the foundation doing? Where are the professional collaborations? And then I'm like, oh my gosh, like, Bay, I am sorry. Like, this whole thing is showing me that, like, I personally probably have some healing to do. Like, so I am not the person who I'm not going to spearhead this. I'm going to try to, like, get you, Cheddar, to, like, do something cool, but um I'm just not the person to do it. But, like, some questions came up about, like, qualifications. I honestly wish somebody more qualified than me would come along and take the mantle and be like, yeah, actually, I have a master's in psychology. Here's the best way to bring it along, because I'm waiting. I'm not seeing it. I know the Dow paid $60,000 for a Mind Easy mental health facility that doesn't work, and I can't seem to get in hold of the people that built it on the Dow Discord. And so I'm frustrated because, I guess, personally, since I'm so passionate about this, because mental health resources in the metaverse, we could save lives here. And so when I see these people come along and I feel like they're using mental health to, like, get a Dow grant or to, like, advance their own agenda, and then nothing comes along, like, this is the one thing that could have made a difference. This month event, it's not like music, it's not like entertainment, fashion. This one, like, if we do it well, it could help people, but if we do it wrong, it could hurt people. And I personally have been hurt because I've gotten too deep with my students. I went above my paid grade, and that's my fear, is that we could do that here. So I just think, when you're opening that can of worms, you gotta have a way to catch people. If you open a can that you didn't know you were opening it, because we are all dealing with our own trauma. We're all dealing with our own shit, and some of it is pretty heavy. So I rest my piece. I'll hand it to Blease. Damn, I didn't mean for that to rhyme.
That was beautiful.
More passion. We need more passion. I love it. And that was actually why I came up. I wanted to share that after about over 2 years of being in Decentraland, I submitted my first proposal, and it was for this event. I also am very passionate about this and have been for the last year. Been making these like meditation videos and just trying to make like meditation, guided meditation, more accessible in a different way, in a way that resonates with me. I am not a professional, but I also feel everyone has a story and everyone can speak from experience in this and kind of speak to what got you out of, that hole and what has, kept you here today. And a lot of people focus on the holiday season, but there's a dichotomy here in the month of December, and it's something that I've been passionate about, and it's been my favorite month in the metaverse. It was the first month where I really kind of fell in love with Decentraland. It was December 2021 where I really started to come into Decentraland a lot more, and there's just something about it. It's like this sense of presence. We can't always be with family, and I think that's at the heart of a lot of holidays and why a lot of people, you know, you're talking about suicide prevention, and December is the highest month for that because of that lack of connection. And that's where I feel like the metaverse and that feeling of presence can really hit home for people, and just spreading that. And so that's where I'm coming at this with this event in January. It's a focus on mental wellness and acknowledging like going to the gym, is 90% mental and 10% physical. You have to get over that mental barrier of going and doing something good for your body. It's that mentality. Once you get over the mentality, the physical part is easy. Like it's not really physical at all to work out. It's all a mental thing, and it improves that. And so what I want to focus on this is as kind of that, and doing um, uh, guided meditations and with these trippy visuals. And I also wanted to just say too about the Argentina thing, and how I kind of view this is like it should be more like a stockholder meeting of, if you have mana, that should get you in the door. And if it's like you kind of buying stock into this company, and they should accommodate, say they have like 50,000 holders of mana. Well, they should have a space that can accommodate not all of them, but everyone who gets a chance to RSVP and gets a chance to go. And then there's different levels to that. I would like to obviously see builders get platformed and stuff like that, of meeting certain requirements. But it should be more kind of how I view Decentraland is like, are you in the room with Facebook? Are you getting in the room with, the board and sitting down and making decisions with them? Like, no. And I think it's great to hold them to a higher standard, but we're not getting upset at like Facebook or Twitter or any other of these platforms that allow us to connect, and getting upset by them not asking us for changes. And it seems like Decentraland can just make changes at a whim. They're not really putting it to a vote, and changes. And I say that as seeing these recent changes that have been made in Decentraland, particularly with these smart wearables. They are really impeding the performance of Decentraland, and it's becoming a real fucking nuisance, if I can be so blunt. And it's really pissing me off, because it's like, okay, I would love to have a bonfire in my house every night, but guess what? It's going to burn it down, and I can only do that one time. It's great to have all of these, we're constantly changing, and we feel like we're updating, but you're impeding on, when you impede on the performance. And when you look at the performance of 2022 music festival to this music festival, of how many errors there are and how many errors there have been, and it's like when people congregate in these different spaces, it just gets so bogged down. It's like, these smart wearables are great, but guess what? nothing's going to load. People are going to come and go. And if you're a first
Hello,
time
everyone.
user, like that first time user, you have 3 seconds with them. And we were talking, it was brought up in the space earlier about being more objective. And Dr. Drip, I really appreciate you saying that, because I very much am that way. And I think that way. And it's like, I can have these views, and when it's math based, it can go against what public sentiment is. And it's like, you have to look at those first 3 to 5 seconds of how crucial that is, and how quick you're going to lose people if it's not loading right. And I personally, when I suggest, Decentraland, and it doesn't load, it's like it's a bummer, and it's tough, and it feels like that barrier was already kind of high, and it just got even higher. Like, if it's not loading on my computer, I have 128 gigabyte RAM with, I mean, it's got all of the top specs at the time, like of the time, and I'm having trouble. And I'm going to people that have 16 gigabyte RAM, and don't have the equipment, and it's tough, and I want them to experience this. And it's just it's I'm sorry, I'm expressing a lot of frustration, because it's like the barrier was already high, and I'm trying
Yeah,
to
no,
to get
please
other
do.
people, and it's like now it's even higher, and it's like, damn, like I want you to experience this, but now we've just set the bar even higher. Now you got to jump even higher to experience this. And there's so many great
We hear you.
creators
We
here.
hear you, and we want to hear you.
Oh, sorry. I didn't want to
Did I
speak
really?
over. Um,
Okay, there we go.
no. But yeah, and I do love the community. I do love that these events. And I'm hoping to be finally a part of this one. I'm a slow worker, and that, like, in terms of, like, if I go into something, like, it took me 2 years to, I guess, feel comfortable in doing something like this. But I like to learn something a lot, and I like to sit back and just observe. And I just take my own pace. And I feel like we can go at our own pace, and not to feel rushed, either in building. And just saying that to just anyone who's coming into this space, to not feel like they have to turn something around like so quick, that we all learn at our own pace, and not feel like I should be doing this, I should be at this level, like, oh, look how much they've gotten done, like I could easily do that. Like, I see other people that have been here in less time and doing a lot, and it's incredible to see. But just go at our own pace. We're going down our own paths, and it's great to be a part of that. And I just I think it's great to hold Decentraland to a high standard, and to want that. But that would be like wanting that from Facebook and these other platforms. And I know that's Web 2, but it's just the reality of it. And they still, I mean, you can go the Elon route and say fuck off to sponsors, but that's not a good business move whatsoever. You don't want to say fuck off to sponsors, because they're keeping the site alive. They're keeping people going and coming to it. And one more thing about the festival, it's like someone put out this graphic of top 10 most attended virtual concerts, and to not see Decentraland on there when we saw Bjork last year, and just the really cool experiences. It's like, why isn't Decentraland on that top 10 list? Like, you see Roblox and stuff, and it's like I just feel like there's another level that we could take it, and we have to start thinking like where we're at in terms of Decentraland. Like, I could say Decentraland out at Washington Square Park, and maybe one person has ever even heard of what that is. So we're still at the discovery phase, and to like be building like these skyscrapers and these high hurdles that
Hello,
people
everyone.
have to get over, it makes it a lot tougher. So yeah, that's my 2 cents.
I'm so
Wow,
glad we
that's
have you,
awesome.
Beast. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Shutter.
that was great. I'm really glad to hear like these kind of realistic points of views, like not to be like a Debbie Downer or anything, or to like scare anyone that's coming into the community, but just to be realistic about where we stand. And that goes back to what I was asking earlier. Like, Lise, are you, when you say that you have a computer that has a high RAM and that it's difficult for you to log on, are you at all using the client or are you on the web browser? Because that goes back to what I was asking before. Is it even possible for us to do everything like how we envision Decentraland as a place where it's like packed, right? Where it's like a huge virtual metropolis. And so is that even something that is possible with the browser and our current setup? Like because performance has been a huge problem for the entirety of the time that I have been in Decentraland, and we're still having these conversations.
Yeah, to answer your question, I like to use the client because it looks a lot better. It looks crisper. But I've tried both at this point, and it's just at these events where there's a lot of people and there's a lot of smart wearables. Because if I go to another, like the other week, I went from one place where there was a lot of people, then I went to another, and I was loading fine, and I could see the screen fine. And then as soon as people started to come in there, it started to get bogged down again and again was having issues, and you saw it in real time. It was just crazy. So I think it's something with the smart wearables or something. And I just want to say much love to you guys, and any frustration is definitely not community based at all. It's just tech based, but yeah, much love.
And so you did submit something to for Wellness Month?
I just submitted. That was my first one. Yeah, we'll see
Awesome.
what
Well,
happens.
that is huge. I think, it's even just this culmination of all these small steps that I see people doing, like my friends that filled out the application for the conference. I mean, people trying to do their first build, like that is so empowering, like, and so cool. And regardless of who the fuck cares about Decentraland, you guys are like making these choices and improving you and yourself, which ultimately is just the most important thing here, is like the personal journey that we're all on. I mean, people trying to make money will see it differently, but that right here is the power of Decentraland and the power of communities. Like, if you get stuck somewhere along the way, please know you can reach out to like people that there's a lot of people, builders that probably could help you. And that goes for anybody else. If, I know Joe wasn't, she had some questions about builds. And so hopefully that's not a barrier, but I'm so happy. I look forward to it. And Bio?
Yo, yo, yo. Want to give a shout out to everybody on the speakers panel, Sinful, Canessa. Shout out for hosting all these community building Decentraland spaces every week, just bringing in so much amazing information and community building. Everybody that's been speaking, I've been just playing the wall like graffiti and just absorbing a lot of information, taking notes and learning a lot from what and how everything operates in Decentraland, from the technical side of it to the analytical side of it and to the corporate side of it, right? I definitely want to tap in there and just also talk about assisting with development inside the community. I definitely think that we are all building a lot now more than ever. The platform is becoming more interoperable with different platforms, and I think that is basically one of many ways in opening the gates and allowing more people and populations, diverse communities. We're seeing that now with the kid called Beast. I'm actually a Beast holder as well. Shout out to you as well, Canessa, Dr. Drip, and all of our new Beast holders from DCL family that jumped in. One Existence for also dropping that proposal and making that actually a reality here, and migrating a NFT collection into the Decentraland, who has a strong and very strong community building perspective. I think a leadership program, we should all sort of think of something like that, sort of like a delegation program, like you see in your traditional workshop, like in the union, where we can create a community delegation system, where we can sort of dedicate some funds, like a monthly or a weekly payment system, where we can then also assist funding not only to the grant funding system operations, but also to the population of all of the developers here, like Lastrom himself, who plays a major role in the growth of the Decentraland. because we do need coders, we do need developers. They're vital to the growth of Decentraland. A lot of us here, yes, we are entrepreneurs. We understand how to onboard people and how to bring people, how to sell stuff to people, but interactions and user interfaces and seamless experiences is what really interacts and brings people and keeps them here. We see a lot of smart wearables coming into effect now. So many diverse smart wearables and so many different functionalities. I've dropped some now. One of them called the Vita TV wearable, and I won't talk about it now. For those that know about Vita TV, I guess you have an idea what that is. But I think smart wearables are becoming something of a very major role in how we can also integrate fixes to the actual Decentraland Foundation's operations.
Can we talk about your smart wearable though? Or I mean, like I respect you not wanting to shill it hollowly, but I have questions
No, yeah,
about
listen,
it.
I'll definitely be more than happy to share and answer questions. I just don't want to make it about me. But if you guys definitely want to ask questions, I'm more than happy to answer them for sure.
Because I'll let you finish and then I'll ask
All
my
right, cool, cool.
questions.
Appreciate you, Jared. Thank you for that comment. I'll definitely keep you in mind, and we'll go back to you after I finish this for sure. And yeah, just looking at the smart wearables, it's really becoming a very major role in how we're seeing interoperable and interactive experiences. One of the thing I want to just say out there is you see a lot of issues with television broadcasting screens inside the Decentraland. One small fix that we sort of discovered accidentally was in our smart wearable, we can spawn a television, and certain people cannot watch or see these streams on client because for whatever reason, I'm not sure why, but you have to then use the browser. But we sort of fixed that with our smart wearable, and to me it was shocking because it wasn't intentional, it was accidental, and just to see how that sort of can fix something, it sort of gave me the idea that maybe if we become more united and understand the bugs and the issues that we have here as a community, we can all create and put in funds together to fix these issues ourselves. The last thing, for speaking on optimization on usage of the platform itself, a lot of things have to do with your settings. I've discovered a lot of issues usually come from having the VSync toggle on in your graphics setting within Decentraland. That really plays a very major role in like lags and lag outs and crashes. So if you have that on, try to keep that off. And I guess everybody else sort of knows about the other things, collusion, whatever it's called. I forgot what it's called. I'll go back to that later. But yeah, just your settings. Make sure you guys optimize your settings, your internal settings as well inside your computer. If you have a Windows, go to your graphics settings and sort of click and look for these applications like your Chrome browser or whichever browser you use, if you're using browser, or if you're using the client, actually integrate your client to be dedicated to use only your graphics card and not have the computer choose either CPU or graphic. That also will help a lot with stability. And there is any more and a lot more ways to do that. And if anyone has questions, definitely reach out to me. I'm not an expert, but I haven't lagged out or crashed out in like over 6 months. Besides the festival, it was a lag fest, but we won't talk about that. So yeah, thank you again for hearing me out. Vanessa, Sinful, I sort of dragged it out a little bit, but I usually don't talk too much no more in spaces, and I just wanted to share that with you guys because we're growing. We're coming to the end of the year, and I think 2024 it's gonna show us how to all become a little bit more united, and the development will all fall a little bit more on us now as I see the transition going through. So I'm looking forward to working with you all, and let's do this, man. 2024 is our year, all of us. Let's go. Jared, I'm ready for you, brother. What's up, man?
Okay, so first off, he's a humble man. He didn't even mention that his wearable was the top selling wearable over at least the last 7 days, probably a little bit longer than that. But I wanted to just confirm something because you just updated it now, so you can like have any size TV, right? Like a person can literally just spawn like a full screen monitor, right? Basically.
Yeah, well, the way it works is you can activate the smart wearable. It has multiple functions. The first version that we launched was more like a beta one version. Like we just wanted to see how it functions and how stable it was.
Makes
And
sense.
we sort of found out that it was pretty very much stable from the pretty much from the get. We do have a lot of more of the coding already written and getting ready to develop the final touches to it. February we're looking to drop the public version of it. But yeah, inside of it now you have the option to control distance from the avatar from spawning that actual screen in front of you wherever you're at. You got the controllable option of sizing, so you have three different sizes: small, medium, and large. You got a volume control. You also have the new version 1.1 update that just went live a couple of days ago. And we added a height control because we noticed that there is some aspect ratio issues when it comes to also what type of resolution a certain player is actually having. Some users don't understand that you also need to have a mimic resolution from your internal settings on your computer to the actual DCL client so the UI can actually fit perfectly on the screen. And to avoid that from newer comers that don't know that, we added this height adjuster just to eliminate that actual issue and not to have to code the whole wearable all over again. And yeah.
Okay, and currently, when if you're streaming, it's just not just, but it's your streaming platform as the content you'll get on the TV, or is it like can you like or like the radio thing where you can like navigate through a couple options? Can you go to like Trax's live stream, or is it just Vita TV?
No, well, initially we're creating basically like your traditional cable box service that you see every day in your house that pretty much all of us have. But we're trying to run it solely on the blockchain powered by crypto and NFTs. So we also have a remote UI on there as well where you can actually flick through the channels. So when we launched this beta version 1, or this beta version wearable overall, we started it off with 4 Decentraland community members, one of them being us, Vita TV, and then 3 others, Mr. Dignia, Acho Venato at Decentraland Brazil, and also CJ Tracks. So whenever they have private events that stream into their servers, or they have the luxury to make it private or public, or even connected to their social media platforms and do multi-streams with an encoder or with Restream, they can actually control who can view that, or if they want it just to be solely viewed on the Vita TV smart wearable itself.
Okay, that's pretty cool. I got to admit.
Oh, thanks, appreciate it.
And I'm not like, I'm not super generous when it comes to praising you. So it says, so I mean, yeah, that's pretty badass. I like the concept. I mean, I don't love all your collaborators, but that's the nature of life. But I think that is pretty cool, and I definitely think that's a cool thing to build on because it would be like I do love the idea. Like when I saw it, I was like, yeah, like that is the perfect wearable, like especially for the brand you have and the product you're trying to like build out is just like that is perfect execution for sure. Thank you for humoring me because and it's cool too that it's not like just your channel that like other people, and which is smart for you because it gives you a good way to network and build your work with other people to be like, hey, I can put this. So anyway, everything about it's very smart, and I definitely think it's a cool thing to see to grow. And how are you gonna like combat if someone was like, man, I want to watch my Vita TV. I'm at DG, but their stuff's playing. Like, is there some way you can like mute other streams? Because that I guess is now the only downfall. Because I was just thinking, like, how could you watch it while playing poker?
So there is an internal volume control within the smart wearable that controls the volume from the actual smart wearable itself. So you can still have the world sound effect volume, which controls the audio from the TV streams on the parcel. But then there is an actual internal volume that controls the smart wearable as well.
Oh, cool. So that is actually fixed. Awesome. Cool.
Appreciate you, Jared, and thank you for the compliment, brother. Anybody else that has any questions, feel free to tap in on my DMs. I definitely want to give a big shout out though to Sinful though too, because he's really been pulling up a lot, showing some love lately, and I just really thank each and every one of you all for just supporting and being part of this amazing growing community in these spaces. Canessa and Sinful, you guys like deserve the most. You guys don't understand how much you guys bring the community together, and just these are the moments that spark up incredible historic creations, and this is what we needed. Definitely. So shout out to you guys and thank you again.
Yeah,
thank you for coming up.
The things that always get me excited is when someone does something that never got done before. So you nailed it, knocked it out of the park. No one did it before, and now it exists. We can fucking watch. We're like that much closer to like our Ready Player One meets Minority Report, like hovering monitors in our face. Oh, I just want to be swiping through hovering monitors. When will they give me this technology?
Well, I'll tell you this much, Jared. If anyone's interested, by the end of December, we're going to have a public server that we're going to be able to share for anyone that wants to book time on the Vita TV server. And you can take that channel and run ads or your own broadcast. I'm just saying. I'll throw it out there first. You guys found out now.
Thank you, Bio. And Yeah, thank you for being here. Much love to you. Just wanted to segue. I've seen that today is actually someone very special's birthday, or I don't know if I said that right. God, seeing today is our beloved Fermion's birthday. So anyone that's listening right now that knows Fermion, I please let's all tweet happy birthday to Fermion because they truly deserve it. They have to be like some of the most positive individuals in this space.
I love Fermion. I mean, I'm warming up to the fact that she's not trying to rug me because when I met Fermion, she kept asking like, "Are you on Twitter?" And I'm like, "What? Why? Like this person's weird. Why would I ever go to Twitter?"
What you're saying
So
is this Twitter space wouldn't exist without Fermion.
yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, if you like me or hate me, whatever you think, I wouldn't be here without like Fermion and Stony probably. Cuz then Fermion found like I found Fermion or Fermion found me. She used to hang out in Genesis Plaza. And I mean back then like there's you don't even think about it now, but like back then there weren't as many female avatars, and like when you walked into an event, I don't know, like it just like a normie coming into this world, it was kind of that feeling of like, okay, like I'm a stranger here, it's awkward, everybody knows each other, like there's no, it's like all dudes, and then I'd be like, oh, Fermion's here, like I'm gonna go. And so it was like Fermion, Mahaha, and just a few others, and that I'd, hang with. And Fermion really was like she made me feel safe because she'd wave and like do the fist pump, and she had that wag me like neon light. So that, yeah, she's a very special person. And someday I hope I can meet her and give her a big hug.
No, I think everyone has like definitely because like I saw a tweet from the Wonder Zone crew. I don't remember what their name for their group is. Like, we want to invite you to be an official member, which is very nice and sweet. But in my mind, I was just like, I feel like Fermion is the original Wonder Zone crew. Like when I think of people hanging out in Wonder Zone just chilling, like I picture Fermion being there as part of the welcoming circle. So I don't know. I don't know if I expressed that thought
It
correctly,
definitely
but
is. Fermion's always there, that's for sure. I see her every single night vibing out. She's always there for sure.
yeah, and she has been since 2021, probably before I got here. I don't know how long it had happened, but she probably was there to greet UMAC in early 20 in late 2020 for all I know.
I think like a music festival was when she came in like big time. But I just think it's funny that I literally was like trying to suss her out. Like, okay, this person like they want me to go to Twitter, but like this is so bad. Like she wants my seed. Oh yeah, and then she asked for my address, and I was like, not giving that to her. Like I'm not gonna get hacked. I'm smarter than that. So yeah, then I kind of learned like, oh,
Every once in a
that's not,
while, really nice
yeah.
people just come off as scammers. You're just like, you're way
Oh
too nice. What do you want from me, Make? What is
yeah,
it,
but I
Make? What are you coming here to take? You're like, oh, you're just
yeah.
the sweetest man. You're just so goddamn likable. Gosh.
Yeah, yeah. If
I'm
if I wasn't so like suspicious and like I'm onto you, Fermion. Like I know you're trying to just scam me on Twitter. Then I yeah. If I wasn't, it's just funny. Oh, I'm lucky. Like really, all of us are lucky. If that's the first person you run into, who wants to like in Web3, God, we're lucky. There was somebody actually asked for help in the Decentraland Discord, and this nice person, DM'd me that they were the person who was going to help me through my issues. And then, they sent me the website, and I was like, okay. And then they were like, we just need your seed phrase. And that's when I was like, oh, I think this might be a scam. Like, I think, but oh my gosh. Yeah,
This
it
does
was.
explain why you greet every single new person with, let me send you cool stuff, because like that was your, Fermion gave you your first hit of crack for free, and now you're out just being like, you guys want
Oh,
crack?
yeah.
I got the best crack. Come on over.
Yeah, well, mine is different. I have all that stuff because like Decentraland made it public like how much you spent in Decentraland, and I wasn't like mentally prepared to see the number first of all, and then to have that like public. So I like bought wearables to like, no, 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 I'm gonna like Fancy and I may have been on a little buying binge to like hide the receipts. That's why I love Fancy forever. And that's why I have like thousands of wearables to give away because um, we try.
You're only like number 3 on the list.
Oh, yeah.
It's
Yep.
fine.
Oh,
It is like I could imagine. I do agree that like obviously that information exists on the blockchain, and if someone wanted to track it down, they could absolutely figure out who spent the most in the marketplace. But I agree that it doesn't make sense to advertise the spenders because like it very much just makes you targets, or like you'll give people the misperception where they're like, "Oh, Fancy's rich." It's like I don't think so, man. Fancy just he believes in it, and he also like gets dopamine when he buys nice things from supports people. Like like don't like
yeah.
advertise
The
like my
number
bad financial decisions to other people to
I
like imagine about how rich I am. Like I'm a reckless spender and I don't need other people to know that. Thank you.
yeah, just don't follow me for financial advice. Don't follow me for wearable advice. I think the number that matters to me is how many creators I've supported, and that one right there, I'm like proud that
I
for
was
better
talking
or
about
worse,
this
like
yesterday with my normie friends. The NFTs I feel the least amount of guilt or anxiety about are the ones where I bought that because I was supporting their creator, and the only expectation I ever got was that that creator was like gonna eat. So like
yeah.
that's exactly like yeah. I think that's the
Hey,
best reason to buy an
hey,
NFT.
I'll tell you what, right now, guys, if we're talking about creators and wanting people to stick around, when we see somebody new publish a wearable in the marketplace, if you have the funds, if you don't, don't spend your lunch money. But if you have the funds, that's one way that we can show people like, hey, this is awesome. Like there's a pair of ears that are so dope. They're just cute little ears for 8 mana. That's the price of a Starbucks drink. And I'm the only person that's bought it, and it came out last week. So to me, like I think those ears are cute, but sometimes I buy wearables that I don't even like. I might not even wear them much. Like it might just not be my style. But it's like, dude, this is the first time this person, paid the publishing fee to come here. So I wish I had like like a hordes of money to just be like, I'm gonna buy one of whatever comes out. We're gonna support them. So
The thing is
this is
though is
my
like
shill for these people. Buy their ears.
that's how like a person like you ends up like because like in 10 years people will look back and just be like, oh my god, it was so obvious, why didn't I buy the ears Canessa bought, and like now that person is world famous and those are like a Black Lotus. But it's like it's people like you who are just there like in Fancy, who are just there to like support people, or there because they're like they have high conviction. Like those are the people who will one day be looked back on like when it all does work out and there are collectibles, like, oh my god,
Well,
obviously you're such a
my
genius. But like
my
the risk
first
is so insane.
metaverse was Webkins. So anybody that like knows Webkins, I mean, oh my gosh, that was such, oh, those are some hot and heavy days. But like the the purple witch hat, that was such a big deal, and you couldn't get it, and I had such FOMO that I couldn't get the purple witch hat. And then I found this nice place where you could buy accounts that people were recycling, and so I bought my way in, and that right there was like the click why NFTs are superior, because it was like, no, like, no, it shouldn't be like that. And not to say that I ever spent way too much money in Webkins, but I was kind of a big deal there. I was a cheeky cat. I was an orange cat and a dog. So I digress. Can you, let's see if I could say. Oh my gosh, I might butcher your name. Kaguya. Welcome to the speaker panel. I think maybe you haven't been up or it's been a while, but so good to see you here. I loved getting to see what you made for the Make a Music Festival, and big welcome. Thanks for being here today. How are you?
Kaguya.
Yes, hi, GM. Yeah, I was like tapping in. I was like in listeners for a minute, but then you guys are talking about Fermion, and honestly, when I first logged into DCL, I was like, wait, how do I hop into different places? And Fermion was one of the first people that helped me give a full tour on my first day on DCL. So I wanted to shout her out. It was like really fun. I was like, wait. I'm not sure how these coordinate works and all that stuff, but I'm also like very much like I don't look at tutorials. I'm just gonna vibe with it and see how it goes. And she was very helpful. We went to like 3 different parties in one day. And that's when I like met Sinful, Dr. Drip. I was in like the Meta Riots party, and then it was like the Spotify or a spotty land maybe. But yeah, it was super fun, and also love make. And the funny thing is, before I even went into DCL, I knew of CK Bubbles prior, because they collaborate with my friend who I've been friends with for years. And they started delving into like 3D and VFX stuff. And so they've been doing like collaborations with their nails and other stuff. So it was like really cool to meet everyone. And yeah, it's been a minute since I've been in the community building part, just in spaces today, not on DCL right now. But I just wanted to come here. I love everything you guys are doing. I only see like DCL going up and up, and I wanted to, shout out everyone who's been here for the long ride.
I love the idea of you getting shown around by Fermion, because like I have a distinct memory of myself joining and being like getting like a tour by a altcoin radio. And I can now just kind of picture like there's like such a two distinct different types of people to give you your first tour of Decentraland. Like Fermion and altcoin are probably like very much the polar opposite of people. And I was just like, man, I wonder how different my DCL, like my view of the whole place would have been coming in if Fermion had been the one going, look, here's these awesome people, as opposed to my more cynical tour. But
Yeah,
because Fermion's so lovely.
super helpful. Like, she was like, just follow me, click on these coordinates. Oh, we're going to this party now. Click on these coordinates. So it was like super fun. I always like have a blast with all the DCL community. Also, hi Biometa.
Kaguya, yeah, I remember. I like randomly ran into you and Fermion at Cromulon. That's really awesome. That Fermion was the tour guide. It's a perfect tour guide. And Jared, yeah, I guess I could agree with you with what you like said. I wonder what like the perception would be if you like got a first tour from Fermion. Like I know Altcoin, and he's like, he's always very straightforward, and he's always been very straightforward with like what he sees in Decentraland. So I can only imagine what he told you.
Fun fact to bring it together, he was actually the first person to give CK a tour, which in like, I don't know how many people know CK well, but they are literally the nicest, most like proactively kind person. And it's just like so interesting to think and like picture those two people like engaging about Decentraland, and like the CK that is still a perfectly positive badass and here and stayed. I'm just like, man, and speaks positively of it. They also respect altcoin, because I think we all respect altcoin, though we all may have differing varying degrees on that stance.
When
That's
I
the dog.
first when I first came back in 21, Dr. Saves Your Ass was my tour guide. And it was so cool because he showed me like the hot air balloon, and I think he might have introduced me to the aquarium like rail gang. And so it's funny because like everybody's gonna, like you said, everybody's gonna have that one person, and then kind of makes you think about like the future, the next wave. There will be a wave of some sort. Might not be a tsunami like we had. It might just be a king tide wave, but it'll happen. And like, what kind of person, what kind of organization do we want? Do we need? Should we set up like? I think just getting in the habit of greeting new people, guiding them to resources, like getting them help with wallet safety. Like I can envision a world kind of like what Cheddar is doing, putting that together where we're like, here, any questions you have, like this tutorial is great for that, or this resource is great for this. And because I think when it does happen, I think that, like, to be honest, I think the help that is in Foundation with the Discord, I mean, I just think that there's going to be so many questions, so many people that it's going to be overwhelming and inundated. So it'll come down to, like it did last time, it'll come down to the people like us that are out there like asking and answering these questions for people.
Yeah, I wanted to say, sorry, I didn't mean to cut off one exist. I believe their hand has been up for a longer time. Um, but yeah, like I remember just like touring around the space even after the parties and stuff, just to see like the different type of worlds and like what kind of like games and stuff. And then sometimes I'm like a little bit confused, so I just like tap into like the group chat. And I remember this one time, these two randoms, I don't know if they were part of Twitter or anything, but they were just like there's been so many like people here lately. And I'm just like, I guess so. But it's like, it's always good to have more people, especially in like these kind of spaces, because it can be definitely more interactive and fun in that kind of manner.
So do you? Oh, go ahead. Existence.
I was just gonna say, oh please, I'm up here every week with the intention of not speaking, and I speak too much every time. So I'm more than happy to wait. I've already spoken enough today. But what you said, I love that you remember your first interaction in Decentraland. Um, I remember mine as well. Mr. D, Mr. Dingia, met him at a totally random spot, and he sent me my first wearable. So that's cool that you remember that and that you shout them out.
The one thing I've learned in Decentraland is it is so hard to turn someone on or like get them to reevaluate. Like the person who sends you your first wearable is like always you're just like, come on, dude. What this story you're saying about this bad interpersonal interaction? Like, I mean, I think, come on, that they are an angel, and I just think they're the power of that. So I'm
You
looking at
weren't
you can.
you weren't turned on your first time?
I remember my first wearable was came via a MetaZoo party, and then I immediately went out and bought Mishi Todd wearables from Face Fashion, which I have a more stronger bond and connection to the Face Fashion Mishi Todd wearables because I do consider myself still the president of the Mishi Todd fan club, and I will someday have a museum erected in his honor, even if he has almost entirely abandoned us for other things. That's not true. I know he still does
For
stuff,
life,
but
in
yeah,
like traveling the world
yeah.
and taking
Oh yeah, I
great
mean,
food
honestly,
pictures.
another excellent example of a person who should be, you could highlight as like, look, they came to Decentraland and look how they've leveraged it to abandon us and travel the world. But no, but he'll come back. I mean, he still does do stuff. That's not, he hasn't actually fully, like, he does still work with people and do stuff. He just doesn't have as much time for hanging out because he's so dang busy from all the success he got working in Decentraland.
I need to change my wall of fame, which I did create. I just need to put out some
I
requirements and put some people up there on a plaque.
As
I
big a fan
want
as I am of a good list, I feel like a wall of fame is a slippery, dangerous slope where you're just going to make someone sad.
I want to do a quick shout out. I see Walt Adler in the listeners. Much love, Walt, and good to see you here. Thank you for being here. And House of Daybed, good to see you.
And I want to say, Miss Joe, I believe she replied yes. She did get her submission in. She's down there. And then welcome Wiz upstage.
Welcome, welcome. I believe Wiz is new to our space here. It's his first time on the speaker panel. Floor's yours, and thank you for being here.
I'm actually not new. I've been around. I'm just on a different account because my other one no longer can do spaces anymore.
How are you, Liz?
Yeah, I'm chilling, the usual, doing my research and things, listening to people talking about metaverse, the same shenanigans.
Oh, in my habit of liking to shill things people who are up here speaking do, and but unknower, his virtual land manager, I have from the highest praises sources from people like Rustan, Tang Poco, anyone who's ever tried to stream video. They assure me that this is the like life savior of a product, and that it is an actual crime that there is not more people who are aware of it. So and they say it very passionately and with the fullest of authority. And I think, and anyone here who knows my personal feelings about Unknown at the moment knows that that must be really amazing if I am willing to go out of my way to promote it. So if you guys are trying to stream videos into Decentraland, you should 100% check out Virtual Land Manager because it is apparently just a godsend for anyone trying to build and do shows in Decentraland.
I
So
use OBS for mostly everything. I think it's pretty standard.
Does Virtual Land Manager work for streaming videos into Decentraland worlds?
I believe so, but I sadly am not technically capable of answering that question, but Kanessa might know. I don't know. She streams videos in Worlds. I don't know if she uses VLM or not.
Do you use OBS?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so smart. All I do is point to that guy, to Sinful. I know nothing. I just put something in the build and that's it. He does all the smart stuff.
The guy with
And is
the
OBS?
the guy with the
Go ahead, Wiz.
the guy with the .pfp. Do you use OBS?
Oh,
Jared,
me?
you're the duck.
Oh. Do I use OBS? Was that the question?
Yep.
Yeah, you can use OBS with Virtual Land Manager. I don't actually use Virtual Land Manager because I only just recently acquired my first metaverse land last night in a weird Decentraland offshoot that I won't shill just because now that I own property in it, it would feel dirty. But I actually now own my first metaverse land, so I will have to be looking in how to actually utilize it. But I suspect I won't have access to Virtual Land Manager right away. Just a gut feeling. But I would, if I had the opportunity, I would absolutely try to use it based on the glowing recommendations from some of Decentraland's, most prolific streamers and sharers of content. But yeah, I do. But
I'm
I use
really
OBS
jealous
for all
that
my
you have land before me.
Somebody won an he won an Exodus Town auction, I'm guessing.
Yes, that is. Yeah, I made 240 mana, but it's a 3x3 size single parcel. It's honestly, it's right next to Sanjanko, just north of, I can't remember, Pablo right now from Golfcraft is trying to win the one next to me. I'm not sure if I'm going to try to outbid him, but honestly, like I don't know, because Canessa got to participate in the original land auctions. I don't know what that was like. But this is
Nope.
the closest I'll ever get to be. Oh no, you didn't. No, you did some of. Oh, you just bought it off the floor right after. You were there so early.
Yeah, I was 2 months after actually like 3 months, because I think the second land auction ended in December. So nope, I was buying off the floor. So it was like different landscape. But
well, then I gotta find
So
someone else to
is
ask.
this land or is this like a parcel in the Exodus world that you have?
Okay, and just
I'm
for the
thinking that
clarification,
you
this
got
Exodus
some
is not
land.
related to JTV. Yeah, it's no, it is land. It's a town token, is what I got. The Exodus town is built in a Decentraland world. It's using worlds, and I don't really, I don't know.
Okay, no, when you said land, I was
Esteban
thinking
owns
like
it.
actual land.
No. I'm saving up for actual land because I think it's about as cheap as it's ever gonna get right now. But now that I've said that out loud, everyone will buy the land. But
Yeah, I've been watching it for a minute too.
but Exodus town is basically, it's just it's like the Decentraland light. It's like, it's Esteban bought some land there. Tobik's got some. HP's got a bunch. There's some Fez from the DAO. Like it's not like all the people who've bought it. Once I saw like the list, I'm like, oh, like obviously if those guys think it's safe, I'll connect my wallet to it. Why not? So far, no regrets. It's all on Polygon too, so I did spend like $1 losing auctions over the week making my bids, but like it's got to be the
They're not
closest I'll ever
connecting
get to
like
being in the original land auction. It's super fun.
they're not connecting their important wallet to it. Like they have wallets that
No, I'm telling
are
you,
like
I mean,
burners that they'll connect.
nah, because literally you can like on the website you can like see the person's like DCL name under the like under their bid. So like Pablo has. So I mean, don't get me wrong. Some Fez didn't connect his important wallet,
Right, they're
but
connecting their main Decentraland
some
wallet.
of
Yeah, that
us
makes sense.
degenerates totally did.
I have a question for like the wearable thing. You guys were talking earlier about um like selling wearables on the marketplace and the wearable economy, and I had the question came up in my head, like I don't have a whole lot of money to spend on wearables, right? Like my income is limited, and but I would like to participate more in the wearable market. Like I want to be one of those people that wants to support more wearable creators, especially the new ones, and like when new wearables come out, I want to be like one of the people that like rocks the wearables, right? But like it adds up, y'all, right? You don't think about it like when you're thinking about selling your own wearable and you're putting a price on it and you're like, okay, well, this is only $12, right? It's not that much, but that's $12 for one fucking wearable. Like your whole outfit is at least five, right? And if you want to continue to like, that's $12 plus $12 plus $10 plus $5 plus $6 at the end of the month or even at the end of the year, it becomes something that's just way too much for any normal person to bear. So I was wondering if it like for me as a purchaser, it would make more sense for wearables to be cheaper. I don't care if they're not as rare, but if wearables were like 1 mana, 2 mana, 3 mana, I would have like 100 more wearables in my wallet because I would be able to spread my tiny, right? I probably have like $20 a month to spend on wearables, right? I'm not willing to spend any more than that. You know what I'm saying? And so I would like to have my monthly budget for buying wearables I would like to be able to spread that out more, but then like a really dope smart wearable comes out and it's like 50 mana, and if I purchase that one thing, that's going to take my whole budget for the entire month, so I'm not going to be able to support anybody else. Would it make sense? And I understand that making a wearable takes time, that you have to pay wearable submission fees that are expensive, and that if you make the wearables cheaper, that you may not make your money back at all, right? But would you sell more wearables if the wearable was cheaper, right? Like if the wearable was 5 mana or 3 mana instead of 20 mana, would you then be able to sell 100 wearables instead of only 5 or 10, which would then end up giving you more money, enough to be able to pay, your costs and make a little bit of money in the end? Does it matter more that your wearable sells out and that you're able to make your money back right away to help you create more and more and more wearables? Or does it matter more that your wearable sits in the marketplace until Decentraland blows up and then people pay more for, less wearables? Or does it matter more to maintain the rarity of your wearable? Does it depend on the wearable, right? Like I would just like to buy more, and I feel like paying $15 for one wearable is insane. Um, I just can't do it, and I would like to support more. But would it make
As a
like
person
would
with
it
a
be
ten
cool to make
dollar
them three
epic,
mana and have 100 of them instead of make them 20 mana, or have 1,000 of them instead of having 100 of them?
I don't know. As a person with a $10 epic and a $100 legendary on the market that hasn't sold one in months, possibly a year, I personally think that like I don't mind. I'm fine having it just chill there to look to like to the people who did buy it or before I up to the price or at the current price, just be like, yeah, like those people believed in me and supported me. Like one person paid $1 manas. It might have been $2 manas and bought like my my 500 mana glasses because they're German and rich. But like that made me feel so like that felt so good that I would like I will never put those back on the market at like a lower price or anything. It just I don't know like, and I think that like having like belief in yourself and like I think I was talking to like other creators, like a Dr. Drip or something, but like having that belief in yourself and just building on and like waiting for other people to come in to acknowledge and like realize it is like better than perhaps lowering yours, just like reducing the value or undercutting yourself. So, but I also think it
I
depends
mean,
where you
I
are in
believe
your
in
journey.
everybody. I can't show everybody that I believe in them in that monetary way, because wearables are 15, 20, $30 a pop. You know what I'm saying? And I can't.
Yeah, yeah, I
I
agree
want to,
that
but I just
like
can't.
you shouldn't be viewed as like you don't support X because you bought Y. Because yeah, because like we live in the real world and like we can't. I wish I could spend every dollar on everything and help everyone. You can't. This is not possible. It's
Right.
a
Or like
zero
I'll
sum
tell
game.
my dear friend Canessa that I can't afford her wearable. Like, look, I would love to purchase it, but I just don't have the funds. But like last week I spent 50 mana on this other wearable by this other person. And it's like, well, like if they weren't so expensive, then I would have money for both. But I don't, right? And
And
I don't
Jen,
know.
I
I
think
just
I
I
think
just kind of
there's
wanted to bring up the topic
yeah,
for
I mean
my
I think
own personal
You
gain.
just you're like I agree. I also feel guilty that there are items from people I love, and I'm just like, oh my god, like I want to own all your things, but I cannot because. So and I've gone the whole other way. I just don't really buy any wearables anymore because I'm just like I don't want to pick and choose a favorite, which is not the right. That's not the right solution. That's not the correct
Yeah, and
counterbalance.
it's just being spread too thin. Like there's so many things that you want to support that you really have to pick and choose based on your budget. And like right now, I would love to support more like Decentraland people, but this month it's over. Like I last month
yeah.
I spent entirely too much money on the Vipe Heroes drop. Um
That
more
value
money
was
than
too
I
much
could
to not
afford. I'm
miss.
eating ramen noodles. I'm poor. It's terrible. But it was such a good deal. Like they brought the price down of Heroes by 50%. That's insane. First of all, a 50% discount on an NFT that is by Polygonal Mind that is like, they're doing great things. And then on top of that, you got a Upstreet Deed, a On Cyber World, a Hyperfy World, a special weapon on Nifty Island, and all these other things. So you just became like,
Yeah,
a
of all
nice
the things
little
to spend financially
portfolio
or
of metaverse
responsible
worlds.
on,
Yeah.
It was
it
a
was a great
great
choice.
Right,
deal
right.
until
So
you
like,
hit $1,700 for gas fee.
Yeah, the gas was a real bummer that week.
yeah, yeah. But
Well,
That's
it
the
and
thing.
I
It
helped
was
think
that they
Cheddar,
made them 50% off.
you've got to, like, every one of us, it's, and I say this because it's something I struggle with how much I buy and how much I purchase, because I'll tell you what, when Decentraland made that public, I did not add it up. I did not know that's what I had spent. So it was I'm still processing, that one, but
Well, and
I
to be fair,
think
that number is so unfair because the way they put the USD next to it on you, because like
oh no.
a lot of that mana you spend at like 10 cents, 30-cent mana, and then like, hey, mana's $5. Look how much of this
Oh,
person spent.
well,
You're
when
like,
mana
that's
is $5, I'm absolutely not going to look at that, because yeah, it might curb my buying purchases. But I think so. Like, back to Cheddar, what you're saying, it's absolutely, it's right. However, it's like, as a creator, like when I list, I don't make wearables. I did Doki. I had an idea for hair, so I went to her this summer, wanted to see this hair. I thought it was so cool. So then, for that, I paid the artist to make that as a service. So I had that chunk in there also that I have to recover that cost. If you're lucky enough and you can make, wearables by yourself, or like I make emotes. So when I sell emotes, I don't have that basic investment that I have to make back, but I do, no matter if I, had collabed with Doki or make my own like emotes, I still have to pay the curation fee. And so if you look at the marketplace, like you can just go in and see the owners who bought things as opposed to who was given them. I mean, I watch it very closely, because if you look at who's actually selling stuff, like I think very few of us are making very few of us are making our money back, and then, like, forget a profit. Like, it's a really hard, like, right now it's a hard landscape to navigate, because it's there's just not that many users. And so, like, I grapple with, okay, am I making this a legendary, like 100 of them, or am I making 1,000 of them, or should I make it a mythic? Because as some people, like, kind of, I think what a lot of people have just decided is we do not have the numbers to support these huge mints. Um,
there's too
so
many
it's like
bakers and not enough people looking to eat pie.
yeah, we need more people looking to eat pie. But as a creator, I have to decide, like, am I making it for today's audience, or am I making this at, like, for 5 years from now? Like, I've talked about it before. Like, I sell my teaching resources on the side, like passive income. You guys, like passive income where somebody can just download it. The same with wearables, where you put the work in now, and then you reap the benefits down the road. I mean, that might not happen with Decentraland, but that is my hope, is that the creators that are putting in the effort, get, like, for me, it's also just getting good at my craft. Like, I love animating. I could do that all day. I haven't been doing many emotes at all, just, and I wish I could. I wish I had the time. So it's like this fine line between, what do I charge for this? Because I spend, like, one day I spent 10 hours on one emote. So should I mark that as one mana, because my time getting better at Blender, or like I want to sign up for these classes, and there's a really cool class. It's $2,500 for Blender. So okay, if I'm going to do that, then I have to mark my, the wearables up. And the bottom line is, like, we do need wearable creators or emote creators, whatever it is. We need them to be successful. We need Dokis. We need Dr. Drips. We need people that are coming back and publishing again and again, because if we don't have that, we're proving that people can't make a living here. And like that, there's the big SDK developers, coders, who are getting these giant, deals with Samsung and Coca-Cola and Absolute Vodka, and that's great. But what we need to prove is that every user here could, in theory, go commission a creator to make a wearable GLB, and then they publish that, and they can get a return on that. Because if So I don't know where I'm going with that, but just like it's a good, fascinating conversation that like deciding what to price your wearables and how much of a mint is such a hard thing, because also like personally I'm never gonna make my wearable price go down because I've been burned so many times by buying something for 50 mana and then it's 5 mana the next day. So I'm not going to ever do that. But that means that I have to price my wearables, not just for, December 23 prices. I have to price this so that if mana goes and like bottoms out at $2, which realistically could happen if Bitcoin, doubles, then why wouldn't mana double? In theory. Not financial advice.
There
But
should be a way to get you shouldn't have to pay curation fees anymore for your emotes. Because you've, or not like no, never pay them, but like you should have like a reduced cost because your work, you've proven yourself as like a prolific emote creator who, when they like, I mean, I don't actually know your process. Maybe every time you submit an emote, they're like, oh my god, Knessa, you butchered this, fix all these things. But like I assume as time progresses, there's less and less feedback. And so like, I think there could be an option for when you submit your wearable, like instead of paying a curation fee, because like part of the concern is like someone submits a broken wearable and then users get screwed. But if people mint it, like instead of you just getting that money right away, it goes into like a pool. Like you have to wait 90 days so that people have an opportunity to go like, oh, this unreviewed wearable is broken. I hate it. Please give me my money back. Like there should be like, but then you could price things cheaper, and and there's a higher take for the DAO or something on those sales. But there could be a system that helps like lower that barrier to entry that still
yeah.
doesn't
Well,
risk anything.
While I would love to not pay any fees because that's always nice, I do like knowing that that goes back to the DAO. I mean, I think that that's valid too. Like, and it's actually just very, that is absolutely on par with what you would do if you were selling on eBay or Mercari or Etsy. You would pay some kind of fee. Like nobody
Well,
gets
yeah, but they take a
something for
cut of
nothing.
your profit. They take like that. I'm just saying, like instead of it being an upfront, and also like most of the, like I'm just saying, cut out the curator as well, because or not the curator, the curator. That's the name of the position. The person who like gets paid a third of the, or I think it might be half now. They get like, but they get a portion of the money you're spending to like just pay them to like look at it, and like assuming your work is good and very rarely needs notes, like it doesn't make sense to pay them $50 for 50 mana to quickly just go like, yep, that's Knessa. She's always great. I spent 6 seconds watching that swing, and it's flawless.
I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. I'm finding new ways to try to break it every day. I will do my best.
Right. As you learn more new features become available, there's more ways that curation needs to like finagle. But I was just thinking of the dynamic, like, if you put out like 100 wearables, like 5 mana, you would only make 500 mana, but they would all sell out immediately versus I don't know, right? They could. I would think that more of them would sell if they were cheaper, right? Versus making them 10 mana at 100 of them, you'd make $1,000. But then there's so many legendary wearables that are just sitting at like 30 or 40 and they're not selling out. And then more wearables are made, more features come up, so those wearables get older and more obsolete and they just end up never selling out, right? Because we're pricing things for today or for today's quality or for today's features. So a lot of the wearables that were cool back then, it's just never going to end up selling out because there's better, more quality things now. So I'm just wondering, like, if does it would make sense for the creators to make their money back quicker, right? So that they could put it towards more things, and for the community to be able to spread out their budget a little bit more so that they can support more creators, with the little bit of money that you have to spend on that kind of stuff.
That was my
But
train
that,
of thought at the very beginning. It doesn't work that way.
so it doesn't matter if they're cheaper, people are still not going to buy them. I
No.
mean, if they were cheaper, I would buy them. But I could only be speaking for myself,
Mine. I started mine at Pi 3.14 when mana was cheap, and I did 5,000.
Well, and it depends on the rarity too. Like people are, if something is 5 mana and it's a unique, and if something is 5 mana and it's a legendary, obviously they're gonna jump on that legendary a lot quicker. But if something is 20 mana versus something is 4 mana or 5 mana, then there's less hesitation for me on spending money on it. Because I'm just able to spread it out more.
Yeah, and I think
Good.
it's
These are
it
good
is so.
conversations to have. I think we should revisit these conversations every once in a while. I know that, we've had this conversation on pricing wearables before, but I just like to kind of revisit these things and look at them from different perspectives.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, Kaguya, you've got your hand up for a while.
Yeah, I just wanted to like jump on the train in regards to wearables and also have some questions. Because I am still pretty much a newbie. It's only been a couple of months since I started speaking in spaces and also tapping into metaverses and everything. But my background is in fashion and working in the fashion industry as like a model and stuff and like, pretty savvy in like retail aspects in like the regular world. But I had a question in regards to like, so if you are as a holder have like all these wearables and say that you don't necessarily want to wear all the wearables, do you just like relist them on the same price, or is that able to be done?
I
Oh yes,
never
you can
sell
resell
anything.
them. Me
Yeah, go
neither.
ahead, Jerry.
Well, I might sell something, but yeah, I don't know. I'm not selling that Brandon beard, even though I'll probably never wear it.
So
Well,
yeah, you can. You definitely can. Like
okay.
if you're just asking like in theory in the yes. So like a lot of times you'll see after a festival a lot of the wearables that you get for free, they'll be listed. They'll be really cheap. What's interesting is sometimes you'll find some that are that are like high mints, like the chatty chat emote that AJ made for the CBD, birthday build. It's one of 100,000, but because we only just that was just something that people could get from coming to the 1 year anniversary, or if we hand them out, there are not a lot of them in circulation. And so that one, on resale, I think it's got like a 7 mana floor, whereas most common, which are 100,000, would have a much cheaper floor. So it comes down to like you might have a wearable that is like I've got one that it's one of 1,000, and but nobody ever minted it because it's ungodly expensive. But it was created and priced for 2021 prices when mana was, I don't know, like 50, 60 cents. Well, I guess we're back there. But anyway, it was expensive back then. It was like a shirt with dragon wings, and nobody's ever bought it because it's just way too much mana for a sensible person to buy. So of course I decided to buy it. So the pricing doesn't always make sense. You have to, I mean, I think in some ways you have to know the market. Like I've spent way too much time on it. I admit. So usually I like know when there's something rare. Sometimes, Jerry. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know if this would be like a solution, but I guess just like my thought process and my ADHD, right? So I was just like wondering if like DCL has possibly like a vintage store kind of concept where like people can like sell their wearables for like, it would cost whatever 10, but then it would be like they would only get like 20%. And if they're perfectly fine with that, they will get like their fundings immediately, and then there will just be like a DCL vintage store where it will just be all listed at like a discounted rate.
I love it. You had me at vintage. Vintage to me sounds like the original L1s, which are crazy, ungodly expensive because yeah, they're just a different beast. They were minted on the Ethereum blockchain, not Polygon, and um,
And you
a
can't
lot of
ever
them
mint
are.
more of them. They're actually, as far as I'm aware, they're like just stuck there. They're like it didn't mint out. That isn't dead, and it makes me so sad.
Yeah, yeah, and like a lot of them, they didn't get fully minted out. So like, I know there's some like a lot of the holiday or Halloween ones. It's like it looks like it's a legendary, but only 37 got minted out. So it's not a one of 100. It's one of 37. Or like the Frankenstein's top that I have, it's a mythic, so there should have been 10 available, but only 2 people minted them, and so it's like uber rare, but not very detailed and kind of just like
That's
blends into the background.
that kind of info needs to the UI. I don't know how to even you would present it, but like the need that information needs to be more easily digestible to people because like I think that like people miss the collectability to an extent of these things. So like you're right, like there are like which I think for collectory people does make it kind of fun because like if if you know and you're aware, but like as a collector, it's also you want other people to be interested in the thing you want to collect. So it's it would be better for us if we make it easy for people to understand why we're like, hey, look how cool this like this one of 11 DG casino crowns are, or though for the
Yeah,
record,
yeah.
don't mint anything DG has on Polygon because they might. Because I bought a couple there's only 11 of these pants, but then they were an Epic, and then they started offering them as casino arcade awards. So
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
my poor DG joggers. I was so I paid. I remember paying Hercules like 80 mana for the hoodie. Because I was so psyched. I was like, there are only 20 of these.
Yeah.
These are
So
never going to be more. I didn't understand entirely. So if it's not on layer 1, there could always be more.
you know
Yeah.
what I want to do? Oh, go ahead.
No. Sorry. I was just like thinking, like, that's how we like see name brands, right? And like you were talking about like caviar and like, the real, like stuff like that. It's like at the end of the day, um, I don't know. I guess it depends on like the wearable and like the person that is curating the wearables, right? If they're constantly like present in the community, the price of the wearable would be up, I would think, and I totally believe in like, paying like the creator what their like time and efforts put into their creations and stuff. But I guess for me, it's just more of like a solution kind of concept because like, like Cheddar was saying, like, they would be more happily, having more wearables as like an incentive, as like a user, but then like, having accessibility to all these like legendaries or like exclusive name brands can be a little bit difficult for like the majority of the users, even though we want, you guys would want the people who want the pie and like the 3 layered cake. So I was just like thinking in that kind of concept if like DCL just had like a vintage store kind of things where everyone can list their own stuff and it will be like on the market, but everyone has their own separate profile, just not in just like one centralized type of way. Something to utilize, I think, could be beneficial for the people who want to like purchase like wearables, but maybe they are outdated, but it is at the end of the day a cheaper wearable.
I actually
I
think
love that.
I do think the marketplace could really benefit from helping like a UI to let people make their own custom storefronts. Like someone like a Mary Shark, who's like a prolific marketplace flipper, buyer, seller. Like they could absolutely do like exactly what you're describing. And I think it would. I definitely think there's a lot of room for improvement. And I think the marketplace came a huge way. Like the last year, I think a lot of people who've been here for a while remember the old marketplace was even like harder to navigate in many ways and like find the cool stuff you want to be interested in. Or like for example, like it used to be really hard if someone listed like there are lots of wearables you can just get for free in the marketplace. If you search it by like cheapest, there's a bunch of them and it's awesome. But it was very possible for people to take those, mint them for free, list them for sale, and then it would just be appear in the the like newly listed stuff. And if you don't like, I know so many people who like paid money for a free NFT wearable, and like just later just felt a little bad about it, like varying degrees of bad. Because like if you only but like no one, even if you spend a nickel on something that you didn't have to, you just kind of still feel like a sucker. So, and like that's now no longer possible. Like, because now if you look at an item, it'll just be or buy it directly from the creator for this price. Oh, free! I'll do that. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I like the idea of having the vintage shop or just being able to like streamline your shop.
Yeah.
It would be so cool actually if you had an interface where if I don't know, like let's just make it a real store in Decentraland and then it's not available on the marketplace and that's the only place to get it is if you actually go in world into Decentraland and like walk around the store and then eventually or like occasionally I can just throw like a grail in for super cheap so to randomly reward people for coming in and visiting.
That's
I
an
think
amazing idea, Vanessa. I don't know how DG Live works, but I would love and I would hate to promote Gabe's product, but I know that they make that in world builder like in the world store part possible. I think it would probably be possible to like host the items from a website that is like not the marketplace. I feel like
yeah.
that could be done. I feel like that
I
idea
wonder if
is doable.
I think like Angzar, maybe we'll see some of that when they come out. But I'm remiss. I haven't even gotten my like. I need so much intervention and help with. I need people to be like, remember, you said you wanted to sign up for this thing and you didn't sign up. But here, like, sign
Yo,
up.
they already have it. I came running. I came running as fast as I can. I'm downstairs sealing up a set of fog lights, so I got to work, but I had to come running. This is an amazing conversation, first of all, about pricing. I know we've had these conversations. I agree with Cheddar. We got to check in on these conversations and see how everybody feels about it so we could all be, kind of on the same page shopping and stuff. I do have to say, first of all, I've got some legendary wearables that are very low priced that are still sitting there. So but I do also have to say they did better than most of them, right? Like, so yes, I agree to an extent. But I love the conversation. The reason I jumped up here though is because Angzar literally already has that. They've had it for a while, and I'm not going to talk about the details of it too much because I don't want to butcher it and I don't fully understand the extent of it. But what I do remember is they had a call for anyone. I think they said creators, to come and create your own store. And it's a storage container store. And if you go to Angzar, and I believe it's the northwest corner, I could be getting that wrong. You go to one of the corners and you see all these towers of storage containers. And you could go right now. You don't have to be a wearable creator at all. You could be.
Wait, that's a thing? That actually is a thing?
It's
It's not just to look
it's a
at?
thing, and you can go to it right now. You don't have to be a creator at all. You could be a normal citizen that wants to sell their wearables, and you go up and you could claim your storage container. It costs nothing, a bunch of people have already claimed one. There hasn't been a lot of activity with it. I'm not sure what the plan is or when it's going to be pushed or what it's going to be doing, or how the features are going to be any different. But what I do know is you can claim your own right now, and you can list some of your items there. I think it's integrated with the original marketplace, but again, I don't want to say too much because I don't want to be super wrong about such a great technology. But I just wanted to point out it's already there. And then there's also, and this is not Angzar's regular facility. Like when you show up at Angzar, you're surrounded by different buildings. And each one of those buildings, some of them you could buy land in world, right? Some of them you could buy wearables and emotes like in world. That was their vision. They wanted to have the marketplace in world. And I know that recently in the AMA there was talk of why are there no in world notifications saying like, hey, you sold a wearable for this much. It pops up as a bubble on your screen, goes away. Or you have an offer on your wearable, right? Like those are features that have been asked about. But I don't know how far it's going to go. This is a long-winded response for it already exists, but thank you.
I got a prime container right next to you, sir, Mr. Dr. Drip.
Perfect. Yes, I was hoping I would love my neighbor. No, but that's great, dude. Nice.
I don't know. I
That
don't
is
want to go
awesome.
shopping in a shipping container, though. That feels very apocalyptic. Like, I feel like I would go there to buy cigarettes, guns, booze, apocalypse supplies, but not like,
They're very
haggle for
cozy. They're
Adobe
very
drugs.
cozy, Jared. They're very cozy.
Yeah,
Hey,
I think calling it a storage container is a little minimalistic. When you get there, you'll see it's all like cyberpunk futuristic. There's a different twist on it. You got to take a hologram elevator to get to the higher level one. So you'll see.
I think that's like really cool. I definitely want to like check it out and see everything. But like, yeah. I mean, I feel like everyone can like utilize in a sense, or maybe like even like showcase like the curators that are like involved with specific communities, and like during these parties, even me navigating through DCL, like there will be like those carts with like some merch or whatever, and then you click it to like see what's available in that cart. It can be like a flea market kind of experience in the event kind of situation. I think that could also be plausible.
I like that idea. I wish that smart wearables worked in a way where other people could see your smart wearable in action, because that would be dope. Like if they could see the like visual things that it creates, because then you could totally have like a. I love the idea of just like because I don't know if you guys remember all or like the Billy T Coin wears it a lot. The like that backpack wearable that's just like the overloaded like fantasy like backpack. I would love that, but like with the dude like with a horse and cart, just like riding into town with your little wagon of goods. That'd be so. I definitely think. Or you go space themed. There's so many different. But yeah, I love that idea, and hopefully that. I feel like we're still 2 years away from that being able to be done coolly, but I would be dope. But that said, we can't just it can't be all about selling people. We got to also remind people that we're here to have fun, because no one wants to come to a new place and just get sold. And as much fun as it is, as much fun as my like live ops designer brain loves finding ways to monetize things, it is much better to find ways to have fun, which I'm notably bad at. That's actually something I'm trying to work on. So let's have fun, guys. We don't need to sell everything.
Back to the topic of selling, I think we need to have businesses succeed. Like somebody, like I don't care who it is, if it's like anybody, but look at how many people came in after 2021 and said, I'm going to make a metaverse fashion brand. I'm going to make it happen. I'm going to do this and that. And like, look at who's still here and look at who's starting their brand right now. Like, I think that it, we need, but it's also just the same as starting a real brand, whether it's fashion or anything. You have to decide what your brand is and then what your business model is. And so I think also, Cheddar, when you mentioned pricing, oh, that does come back to like that is your business is what you price stuff. Like I don't mind, like I'm horrible. I spend more in the metaverse in 1 month than I do on clothes in real life. Like I don't like shopping for clothes in real life. You might think my closet is the same, but it's like no, like I wear browns like
Right,
hiking
like
gear, like
my socks are wholly in the toe, but I have
oh
the
yeah,
dopest
yeah.
jacket by Golfcraft, you know? Like,
Oh yeah, yeah. Actually, I made like yeah, like oh god, yeah. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, I made a comment once, and somebody like took it and kind of used it to like sell their stuff. So I'm like, never say something out loud that you want to share. But my motto is what is it? Goodwill in the real world, Gucci in the verse. Because yeah, I'm a Goodwill shopper like that. So anyway, that's their business model. It's cheap and it works. And like Gucci has their stuff priced astronomically, and that is the business model that you have to have if you're going to be a high-end brand. You got to charge like god awful ridiculous prices. That's not the amount of work and labor that went into it, but part of what you're buying is the name, or they'd be telling me it's the experience or whatever. But it's too much, right? It's too expensive for somebody like me. But that's their business model. So I can imagine also like with my emotes, I have to decide, like, is this gonna be a 20 mana emote or is it a 50 mana emote? And part of it also is I want to make it like I want to get better at this. Like at least for me, I wanted to be an animator when I grew up. And so now for some weird reason life has brought me around to where I can animate these and put them on the marketplace. So it's like I got to think about what they should be priced. And so some of them are going to be priced more because it's like I want them to have value so that when somebody buys them, it's like, okay, like, you know, I don't know. Like, so it's hard because I don't want to be overpricing, but
right, that
like,
makes sense. I think that a lot of us are pissed off that like I'm personally pissed off that I cannot buy into like a lot of the Anku stuff. Like he came out with this cute little like bathing suit looking sparkly thing that he came out with that I could like never afford, so I was totally priced out of that. And then I'm equally pissed off about shit that I ended up paying way too much for that I ended up getting rugged. Like
yeah,
I don't know if you guys remember like when Candy Girl was in Decentraland and they had like the weed suits. And for me,
yeah,
I was really new, so I was really naive and dumb. And at that time, it was like the bull run. It was like early 2022, so mana prices were like at $5 or some shit like that. And me being a cannabis grower and somebody who's really a part of the cannabis community, like, I compete in cannabis cups. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how deep into that community I am. So when I saw the weed suit, I was like, bro, I have to have this, right? And I thought that it was like this great thing, but then it ended up being like this huge rug by somebody who's like not even really in the cannabis community, and they were just sort of greenwashing or using that as a way to make money when they're not really vested into that in the first place.
To
You know
be
what I'm
fair,
saying? And
though,
so you
Mishi
have to be
made that
careful
dude
as a
dope AF.
buyer, and do your own research when it comes to purchasing wearables. Even if it means waiting, even if it means missing out on some things, because it's better. I feel better about missing out on the Yanku's pretty little shiny wearable that I could never buy than I do about getting rugged by Candy Girl on some shit that's now worthless.
Yeah, and I think it's people getting rugged on those on wearables like because I usually, I used to try to support people and be the first to buy something because I like that low mint number, just like Zesty. But then like the roller skates that were 50 mana when mana was like not 40, 50 cents, and then the next day they dropped it to 5. And then there's also like the people that take the Ready Player Me skins and put them on here that right away when you see them you're like, whoa, it's such good work. And then you find out, oh, okay, it's work that you didn't do and you're saying it's
Right, they
yours.
went on
And
Sketchfab and
then
paid like
yeah, and then there
$2
was
for
like
the
a
model and sold it to you for 50 mana, and then you find out.
yeah.
That's what
And then
happened
there
to
was
that
a
Meta
jacket
Centaur thing,
too.
yep.
There was a jacket that was really nice, and then it was released, and I think it was legendary, and it was priced higher but appropriate. And then they released the same jacket and like removed or added a necklace, and so they didn't change much, but then they made that one 5. And so that's why I think also like I don't mind paying more. As soon as I saw like Stony had a jacket come out, I'm like, all right, I'm buying it. I'm buying 3 because I know like Stony's pants, you can't get them anymore because they're like 50 mana because this is somebody that has built up that reputation. So I think that's also what I'm buying is like buying reputation, and I'm buying like a piece. I would say I think it's safe to say Stony is a piece of Decentraland like history and lore and like
Yeah, you're buying something that
I
is going
like
to
his
hold its
style.
value and its integrity, behind just the price. There's integrity in the wearable. There's a whole concept behind the wearable that has very little to do with the wearable itself. I agree. Stoney's weed pants when they came out, I should have bought 2, and now I'm really pissed off that I didn't. But I'm never letting go of that pair. Because
Yeah.
right, for me being a part of the cannabis community, right? It's like I gotta have that. And I think that a lot of people like take advantage of that. You know what I'm saying? Like they're not rooted or embedded in the cannabis community. They don't have anything to do with it. They don't even fucking smoke, right? But then they go and they make these wearables or they commission an artist and they kind of just like mooch off of people's emotions that
Well,
belong to these specific niche
I
communities
mean,
because they
Mishi
know
made
that
all
that's
the
going to pull
wearables
on
you're
people's
talking about.
heartstrings.
Mishi Todd made all the wearables for Candy Girl. So, like, to be fair, at least he did make some really dope wearables, even if he is absolutely the scummiest person to have ever been into Decentraland, which is an accomplishment. But
That does
you know,
make me feel better that Mitchie made
yeah,
them.
he made
But
like
it
all of
doesn't
them.
make me feel better that I paid like
Oh, I feel you. I own so many.
150 bucks for it.
I bought one of those from Fancy, feeling like like for 1 mana less than listed. I was like, I made a good deal. And like fans like, thanks for buying. And then like the next day, I just like I saw Candy Girl just being an absolute asshole. Which is he was the
Well,
2021 bad guy of Decentraland. I feel like.
Well, back in the ecosystem, I think things are also moving so fast that like it was pretty easy to buy from somebody and then really quickly like it turns around and it's a rug. I mean, it's still easy. It's still possible to do that now, but I think it goes to show that like reputation really matters in Web3 and reputation and like pricing. And so I much like yeah, I feel much better spending more on somebody that I know they're not going to rug. But it's and so that's again that's part of that brand like because and it's hard to do because like at the beginning of making emotes I was super proud of my work, but they were shitty emotes to today's like if I compare them like you know I can see all the flaws and there's so many I gotta go back and fix, but I priced them for like the price of mana a year ago and then my talent level like where I thought I was at a year ago. And so now I would look back and be like, gosh, I really wish I could just charge 2 mana for those because they're kind of like it was an idea that I thought was cool and that like I didn't
Well,
sell as well, but I can't go back and change. I'll never go back and
but
change the
they're
price.
historic because they're like some of the earliest. So like, while I can hear where you're coming from the artist perspective of being like, oh, I see all the ways I'm better and how it's not worth what I maybe you thought it was or whatever your self doubt is coming from. But like they are like you said, these are pieces of Decentraland history. So like they are totally worth more because while you might not think you were the best 3D animator, they are they're
Yeah,
dope.
well, and I think
You are
it's
history. These are collectibles.
I had the first beer drinking and the first bull riding. I think I made history with those. But I think also like from where I'm sitting, like, I don't do these emotes because I am trying to make money. Like, this is like, I love stop motion. I love animating. I have probably 30 emotes that I've started and then stopped because I just, get to a point where I can't continue. So a lot of them, like the one I just published recently, like, I didn't publish that sorry, I didn't publish it for you guys. Like, I published that for myself. Like, it went with the hair, and it was something I wanted to see. And then I did, I put it on the market, and like, but I'm not trying to make a profit on that one. That one, I'm like, I want this one out there. Like, I'm going to use it for so many things. It's just like somebody standing in the V pose, like the victory pose, just like arms out, like with the windswept hair. Like, yeah, like that one I made for me. So sometimes I think also, like, we might have things that were published and somebody might be like, oh my God, like, why would she charge that? That's too much. But it's like, well, because this one's not, this one's for me. Like, it means something. Maybe it doesn't come through the marketplace. Maybe it just looks like, all right, another, here we go, product 5274 going for 20 mana. That's not what it is to me. Like, there's like, maybe part of this process was me figuring out how to fucking get those NLA tracks to match up to the prop and to the animation, and like the freaking emotes, you guys. Like, there's a reason nobody's publishing more 2.0, because they're god awful, horrible, wonderful, beautiful things that I Issa is my meta mom, because I've bugged her with so many questions, but they're so hard. And so, like, that's part of it too. It's like, oh my gosh, I like, oh, like, they're driving me nuts. Drip, save me.
What you're saying is when someone says that maybe you should charge less for the swing, they can just go right to hell.
I'll tell you what, that swing, that is not, like, Issa's got a nice little thing that says how you can attach the prop to the body. I don't know how to do that yet. So that swing is like hand animated for it to match the butt. It's move the avatar, move the swing, move the avatar, move the swing, and it's pivoted on the top, which I also don't know how to get that to lock. So it's hand animated. So same thing with the hula hoop. It's like, if yeah, like thing, yeah. So until I know how to do that, it's
So you like frame by frame, you crafted this emote.
Yeah.
That's cool. That's like
Yeah.
old school animation style.
Oh, that's, yeah, stop motion. That's all I know.
You
Like,
crafted it like Disney.
Yes, somewhat. Oh, I'm
That's
inspired.
That's perfect though, because I wanted to comment. So, Canessa, what you were saying about other creators having, other business models, like that one really hit me, because we have, like you said, the artists that are fully vertical, learning everything themselves, and then we've got creators that are, working with other creators to create their own items, or items in their vision, and those creators are super important too. I think that because they directly support other creators in Decentraland, right? So, but they obviously have a greater overhead, and they have other pricing requirements for when they create their pricing model. And then we've got a volatile currency. So, sometimes we think we have a pricing plan, and then we launch it, and then there's a fluctuation, and all of a sudden, and this is exactly what happened with my Clonex wearables that came out. There is a bit of a fluctuation. They are priced high. It is something that's priced high because it's high quality IP from a project that is a bit expensive. So, but then I had to deal with that, and it feels bad, right? Like when nobody buys something, and it was my first time doing a wearable launch party, and it felt really bad. And then on the other hand, I still deal with what Cheddar was talking about. I see a lot of value in Cheddar's points too, because then there's on the flip side, right? Like I've got my friends, Roots. I didn't get to buy Roots' earrings. I wanted to buy Roots' earrings. I didn't. Let's see. Crypto Cube Man has the Xmas Biggins, and I would love to get those, but I don't think I'm going to be able to because I'm not making wearable sales. So it's like we kind of maybe it seems like these are bear market sentiments, right? And they're not wrong. And also, please don't feel bad for me. I don't want to produce any sympathy bias. That's totally not my point for coming up here and saying this. My point more so is that it might feel a little bit bad during this market and during this cold period, and it's kind of for us to either just keep going and reach out to our friends for support and getting through it, and because they're just cold times, and also yeah, we shouldn't have to feel guilty for not being able to support our friends because it's money. But I just wanted to point out that it does go both ways, and this might just be the bear market, because and when they say rising tides lifts all boats, um, we see it in other. So I see it in other, um, I guess, trades that I'm into. I'm watching ordinals and inscriptions, and those have had a lot of movement. And you see like something like tokens taking off, and the NFTs sit there, and it's like, why are shitcoins taking off and NFTs sitting there? And then after a few weeks, those people that were investing in the shitcoins get funds and then bump it back over to the NFTs. Then you see the NFTs skyrocket. So just because something else, just because everything seems dead, at any point, a part of Web3 could just take off, ordinals, bitmaps, whatever, and then there's all these rich bitmap landlords coming in and just dumping funds into Decentraland. And we have to be ready for that, leaving something, having a wearable that's collecting dust. I like to call, letting it cook. Let it cook. I'm not in a hurry. I don't. And of course it's natural, when I'm excited for the party and nobody comes, it feels bad. And it's like, again, it's on me to not let it affect me, because everyone's dealing with that. And that's just part of being here. We need to find the reasons that we love to do this and keep on doing it. Like Vanessa said, building your own skills. There's not there That's the move, right? Like, even if, okay, so let's just play pretend for a second and be objective. Let's just say, I know it's not true, but let's just say my wearables didn't sell because they were ugly, right? They're just the worst, crappiest things ever. Well, if I'm bettering my skills, then it's just a matter of time before I produce something and people are like, that's undeniably sick. I have to go moon pay some money right now. Um, and so I think that instead of feeling bad about it on myself, like, internalizing that and turning it into skill building is probably the best move. But yeah.
Yeah, I think you said a bunch of stuff that just totally resonated, like the fact that we're trying to create like these assets in a world where we don't know if they're going to sell, and we have a currency that goes up and down. Like, kind of wellness check. We kind of need to, like, what are we doing? Like, that's it's kind of crazy. But like the fact that it's crazy and the fact that it's risky and difficult, that tells me that, like, obviously, again, we're early, but it just I think that I guess my perspective too is like, I've I bought mana in 2019, and so I was buying mana at 5 cents, and so, like, seeing kind of from a zoomed out perspective what was happening during the bull run, during like the meta announcement, to now, like, I know my story, I know my experience through that, the things I did right, the things I did wrong, and I think that that will happen to some capacity again, and it'll be the marketplace, everything. It'll be crazy again. It might not be to nearly the same level, but I have this thing in my head that I call it my DCL 2030. And that this is just Kinessa Alpha, but DCL 2030. Like, I'm not building for 2023. I'm building for DCL 2030. So all of my decisions that I'm making, like, they're for today, but they're for 2030. I don't know what happens next the year in 2031, but I believe, like I said, like, I believe so wholeheartedly in digital download passive income. Like, I think we can't put enough power and emphasis when you have a product that goes up and you put the work in, and if there are people to buy it. Like, if we don't have people to come into Decentraland, it's a whole different conversation. But I think that that's just, it speaks volumes. But above and beyond that, I think I'm doing something I love with animating. Like, when I start with, if I don't hit a brick wall, like, I forget to eat, I forget to drink. One of the two most zen times in my life has just been in, like, doing stop motion. When you're in the zone, it just, like, it takes me away. So that's why a lot of these, it's just different. I'm not doing it because I want to, make money, or, like, I don't even have a brand. I need to I need to build a brand, like a logo, and everything. I'm so bad,
I
but
would like to see some brick by brick style videos of Canessa's workflow
oh my
for
god, yeah.
making passive income.
Oh yeah,
Like
yeah.
especially
I
for
mean,
like your team resources and how you sell those things. Like that is the kind of knowledge and talents that individual members of this community have that the rest of us could do, but it just doesn't we just don't fathom those things, right? And that kind of knowledge sharing is so valuable. I would love to see that. Sorry to interrupt you, but
no,
uh
no, no.
I think
That's
that we all have some
totally.
sort of talent or two that we could turn into passive income, but our brains maybe just don't work that way, so we don't do it. But the knowledge sharing, that yeah, I would like to see how you do that.
Yeah, I mean, I used to sell on Etsy, and I would hand create little, silver jewelry, and then I'd wrap each one up every time there was an order. I hated it because it was so much work, and then found there was a different way to sell, and it's digital downloads that you create the asset once, and then you walk away from it. Like my goal used to be $30 a month to pay my minimum credit card bill, and during COVID, I made uh, I made more money selling my teaching resources than I did as a teacher. So
Wow.
it's like, yeah, and then I mean it's money that's on the side. So here we are in Decentraland. There's a way to make the same kind of passive income from selling your wearables, which it's different, but it is still a digital download. You're just downloading something. And then how many other ways could we do that here? Like, could it be the same thing? You're downloading some kind of asset pack. I mean, I think what we really need to be doing is look at all the other places that are doing it really well. Like, look at Fortnite. Like, I freaking love Fortnite, you guys. Like,
Mm.
I'm looking at the graphics there. Like, why doesn't Decentraland look like this? And why am I having more fun playing Fortnite than Decentraland sometimes?
Wow.
Right.
But what
And then
they
I feel
do,
I
like
can
Adir's trying to onboard to
imagine.
Decentraland and introduce Decentraland to people who normally play these other games, and they're like, that's boring.
yeah.
Actually,
But what they do well with wearables is they have seasons, right? Like they have seasons.
yes,
So you might not get this wearable again. So like what if I took my emotes and I made 3 seasons a year, and all of a sudden the bong rip emote is gone until season 4 comes out? Like wouldn't that
but
create
yeah,
scarcity in the marketplace? Like all of a sudden you can't get it because I'm watching these videos about Fortnite skins, what makes them rare, and I'm like, God, there's no NFT, like they could just mint them forever, but they make them rare by controlling the scarcity and controlling access to them. So really, like, we need to have a think tank with all these ideas of how to, like, what if there was a season in Decentraland, and then like so that my store, Drip's store, Cheddar Queso, your store, Nikki Fuego, like everybody's like, all right, like season 3, I'm gonna take this away and I'm not gonna release it again. Like we could totally do that, and it would just I don't know, add flair
It
to
would
the
be, I
marketplace.
think, like for a Fashion Week thing to do that would be super
mm,
cool. Like if every
it,
creator submitted a
yeah,
wearable to a collection that was only on sale like during that week, and then as after
um,
that everything's just burned, would be dope.
Yeah, because like if you sit and watch YouTube
hello, hello.
like historical things about Fortnite skins, it'll say like this one was only available for like this 1 week. And so why not to say that we should do that, but man, that would make like then that would also create content. People could sit there and do YouTube shorts about like, oh, this wearable, it was only available for Fashion Week 2023 because a group of people got together and decided they were going to do this, and so the people that knew got it for 1 mana, and now it's super rare. Like,
So to be fair, like I think in an extent, like we have that. Like there were meta there. Each event does have the free wearables we get, and like those like though I have seen that the a foundation has like repurposed some wearables from events for like prizes and other events. Like to an extent, like the Pride Week stuff from like
Hello, hello.
2021. Like that's never gonna exist. Hi, Argent. Is that you saying hello?
Ah,
Hello?
menos mal. I was thinking no one was listening to me. I was thinking I have mic problems or something like that because I was trying to talk for long, but it seems nobody was listening nor replying to me.
I didn't hear. I just heard you for the first time, so maybe I was.
Oh
Maybe
my
I was
God.
probably talking over
Yeah,
you.
it
Sorry.
may
It was
be, maybe. But I was
quiet.
like, yeah, so going back to a lot of things, starting for the last, going up, up, up. In the first thing is that Fortnite is a popular game, mainstream, blah blah blah. It's epic, has behind, is Unreal based, so no browser is, and so the quality and so it's different when you are in base when you are doing a metaverse that is a, in games will be like a MMO, so it's a multiplayer game. Even when it's social gaming and etc., like in the Decentraland, like in a metaverse, the thing is performance and performance. For the experience that you want, you will have another things or other things. For example, one thing also is that well, the code that they are using, the central land is JSON. While, for example, others metaverses has its own. For example, spatial is Unity, Mona is Unity, Hyperfy goes its way also. And Second Life, it has their own code that is called the Linden script language. And that of the seasons, for example, is something that they do in Second Life. Not that they are not coming back, but they yes have, like, for example, Halloween, or and then the fans, the Lindens themselves do like a big market experience where they curate certain creators to have their store in there in order for the people to go there. And the condition is that during that festival, it has to be at least 25% off to 75% off. So that's why also the people comes, because is those times of the year where you can have wearables or whatever you need, furniture, whatever, with a sale, and also an exclusive that is available during that period. Here we don't have yet that. I don't know how to organize that in the central, but it's an alternative to have all these things going up. To, for example, that of the white creators that have, for example, knowledge on how to build or how to create things, and so are not maybe so much in the central. Is one of them is the cost. For example, I'm coming from a, well, I know more, mostly of you knows me, but I have I'm a creator since a lot of times. I'm versed in 3D and gaming experiences, and I have a background in arts and science. What I do when I have my wearables is a research on, for example, how the dust particles and the light, all these things to make the possible most beautiful, attractive, and in that tells you something, experience on my art or my wearables or my whatever. But in what it does from creating inside the central end is the cost for each wearable. So it's not that you pay once and that's all. It's that each time that you have to upload something to their market, the problem is that you are betting $100 or whatever is the price now, because this that you're saying now we are in a cold period, sales of the wearables are not like then. So trying to do something, trying to create your brand in the Decentraland, if you are an indie developer, is hard. It's because as an indie developer, you do all. You do the promotion, you do the assets, you do the all. So that is something that one has to have in mind. Eh, we want in the Decentraland creators that are indie developers, or indie creators, but these creators are going to bring quality to the things that they are doing. And with this quality also comes education, as Cheddar was saying, and Canessa also, etc. Or we are going to still with this, um, yeah, as is the market right now, that is really difficult to get inside with those prices, especially because you don't know if you're going to sell in advance. And someone that is its profession, creation, you can bet a little, but you cannot bet for years. So you can, uh, yeah, you can bet in the order to have these profits. And with these profits, then you are going to stabilize what is going on, the economical and social environment of the Decentraland. But if you don't do that, that it can be progressive, there will not be the Decentraland in 2030. So that's the thing that we have to also rethink
Yeah.
how we want this way to be, because maybe our goal is for 2030 that we have, like us, to be already productive and regulated on a way that is fantastic for every one of us, and we can be financial independence to do whatever else we want. But in the right now, we have to think in the way, and what we can do in the way to allow, for example, people that is starting, or that they don't think that, like you can answer, that you think that you don't have yet what it needs to, but you have, as Cedar was saying. And and also creators like myself that can get into the environment, not only because you like the people, because you want to do something else. In this case, for example, I'm always here because I love all of you, and you know me because of that. But it's not that I am doing my brand in the central because of that.
Yeah, and there's also creators kind of coming up with like more creative solutions for that pricing. So I know that some are looking at like, or they've done a pass, like where you buy the pass and then you get a specific amount of wearables from that, which I really like because it allows them to, they don't have to future forecast. So with that uncertainty of like, what if this doesn't sell? Like they know up front how much they need to. Hopefully, they're finding out, like, because I'm still like, are you profiting? I need to see your bottom line. I want to make sure you're profiting because you're putting out way more stuff than I thought. So like that's
Correct.
another way to do it, to protect yourself, to make sure that like, okay, I'm going to sell this pass for $300 and that is going to cover all the curation fees. And to me, it helps that creator like stay in the ecosystem. Like they've got the money, they're somebody that has a reputation, they're not going to rug us. And so like I feel comfortable like supporting them for that, because it's like I have to support that. I feel like it's important to support them because that's going to keep them here. Plus, I really love their wearables, wearing their beard right now. And One Exist, I see you've had your hand up for a while.
I was just going to share some metaverse statistics. I posted this 2 articles in the CBD under the DCL press. While it isn't DCL specific, it is metaverse related. Global metaverse market is expected to reach 936.57 billion by 2030. 31% of US adults have never heard the term metaverse. 68% of tech experts think the metaverse will boom within the next 5 years. The computer and IT sectors comprise 17% of the investment in the metaverse. By 2028, the market for extended reality will reach 252 billion. 60% of gamers have used the metaverse for non-gaming activities, such as socializing and shopping. And one more I wanted to share was, where'd it go? It said something about, let's see, 2/3 of people think XR will have the most meaningful impact when applied to virtual learning. So XR is something to integrate mostly, and like 1/4 of the world's population by 2025 or 6 will spend an average of 1 hour a day in the metaverse. So those are some. I think those are some kind of positive outlooks, but
Yes, they are. But the thing is that, for example, this is something that I have heard before. I'm coming from Second Life and so on. Metaverse has been around already for 20 years, a little bit more now. So what we are talking here is a global metaverse, what we understand as metaverse, all of us. And the problem is that it's not yet too much in there because, for example, major part of the founders, even that I met, well, I can talk of two, not too much, uh, even didn't knew about Second Life. So it's like founders of metaverses. I mean, metaverse NFTs. I have to be more concrete for that. They don't know that they also it's like what the hell, why we are reinventing the wheel when we have the numbers, the research, all that we need already from these previous experiences. We can improve even the experience because now we have better tools for that. Why is this not happening? Like, for example, using XR in these things. Uh, Second Life is in VR, so, and the only difference right now is that you cannot have it's not web based and it's not in the blockchain. So sometimes we are too much centered into all that is in blockchain. It may seem new and new technologies and new ways to do it, but it's not. Peer-to-peer has already existed for a lot of time in all the torrents, If sometimes you downloaded a torrent, that is how it works by peer-to-peer, and that's blockchain as well. So we are trying to look sometimes for things that, how we can do this without doing the previous research for that. When you have this, I don't know, this expert that you read that the metaverse is going to experience another bloom, in 5 years. I believe it, but it's because as all is going to depend on what we want and how we stabilize economy and socials and the environment and protection, safety, and all these things inside the blockchain and inside the platform that we are choosing to enter the metaverse.
Yeah, thank you, Argent. I mean, all of this is such good conversations, and we all really have to decide, I mean, within the parameters of what we've got with the Decentraland, like how we're going to like price our stuff, how we're going to put it out there, how it's going to change, because I think it will change. I mean, in some way, shape, or form, will our landscape that we have today will not stay like this forever. It'll go up or it'll go down. I mean, both are a possibility, and so I think, to each their.
Yeah, and not only that, what you were pointing, you Cheddar Doctor, you were pointing before about, for example, who is the creator that we want to embrace, and it's important to do also this research on who is who, because some people are. Mm, and it's going to try to scam you, telling you that they do original art when they don't, literally, as you were saying, that some people, what they do is just to take the skins from another projects and put and adapt it to uh the Decentraland avatar. This is stuff that already is happening in all the environments. I mean, in the physical world. Also, we had these examples already in all that is 3D creation across any type of market, being metaverse or not. And we, of course, we are going to have it in the central and in this case. So we need to be sure who is who is the person that is behind, what are the ethos of that person, and in what is the quality that we want as consumers, as users, and as a person, you know.
I totally agree.
Shout out to Argent too, who's offering some performers an opportunity to perform in Monaverse. Thank you for that, Argent. And hey, shout out Juice is in the house.
And I think the people that does not yet know me, you can go to the Central and Plaza. I think that the Central and Music Festival still's on. So if you go to minus 54.65, you are going to be able to see Sonic Planet Rebirth and Regeneration.
Thank you, Argent. And yeah, good eye one exists. Yeah, welcome, Juice. See you over there, Beast fam. Keeping the beast healthy and supplemented. And also welcome, Dr. Green Thumb. Thank you for being here, dude. So, Canessa, we've been going at it for about 4 hours and 33 minutes so far. How are you feeling? How are you feeling?
I would like to go get some lunch, and I think we've had some great topics today, and think it's time, yeah, wrap it up and maybe go play in the snow for everybody that's getting snow today, which is probably just me.
If you want donuts, yeah, I have some holiday donuts that I can give you.
That's like a Canessa keyword right there.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'll take your donuts. Yes, you can never have enough donuts.
Okay.
Have you ever seen the videos of like when an owner's recording their dog and it says like all its favorite words in like, a sentence or a conversation and the dog's like ears are perking up and stuff? Like donuts is one of them.
Yeah, that literally was like I like this beast when I was looking at beasts because I was looking at clones at the same time, but they're just can't quite afford that. So I was like, well, beasts aren't as much, and I was like, this one's cute. It's like a little dog. I had a chocolate lab. This one's neat. And then I like open the page, and the beast is holding a donut, and I'm like, done. Like, all right, it's me.
Sold.
Sold. Yes, donuts are my weak spot, but they're usually I actually the reason I always talk about them is they're usually like a good icebreaker. They're not too with as difficult as topics that come up from time to time. Donuts are usually pretty safe to talk about, so I can usually ask people their favorite donut, and it doesn't bring up too much too much drama. But
I
yeah,
have
so I
Doesn't
should look into
bring
some of
back
that.
any flashbacks or anything for anyone.
Oh,
Doesn't
I don't know. I mean, it might, considering that everything I own right now smells like donut grease. So, yeah, I don't know.
I
great
have
Jelly
a
donut
flat
donuts
war.
are
no.
oddly traumatic for me, but the rest of the donut category is safe and fine. But jelly donuts, I don't want to get into it. Just
I have a Santa Claus, a snow, a ball donut. I have theme donuts in here. So pick your pick your worst.
Oops.
We looks like we have Make back live from NFT Miami. We're just about to start winding down, but what up? You caught us right before.
Hey, just checking in on some of my favorite people, making sure we're keeping things light and building the future together and having a lot of fun. Uh, Let me go back to where you guys were before. You probably talked about a lot of other stuff. Um, just saw Spotty Wi-Fi perform live. He definitely shouted out to Decentraland. I hope I got somebody has it on video. I was actually taking stills at the time. Big dap. Uh, I just saw one of our friends. I don't know if there's a fully doxed thing, but a Decentraland friend of old who y'all know. That was amazing just to see one of us and hug them again. Uh, so even if one person helps change your fucking life, it's a gift. And somebody here did that. I met a
Fuck yeah.
beast who came and hung out with me and Mew. We gave him a fucking wearable, and he bought 2 parcels of land, and he's figuring it out. And that's before anything else or any speculation. Just wanted stuff and wanted to be a part of the beautiful thing that you guys have created. So I can confirm, no matter what the fuck happens, we are doing something special, and there are special people with us. I want to tell you, you're a fucking gem. Vanessa, you're a gem. Trip, you're a gem. Kaku, you're a gem. Jared, you can be very spicy, but ultimately I laugh usually the hardest with you because you're a fucking gem. Chatter's a gem. Little brother Biometa, who's probably been the most supportive person to me in Web3 and put me on Twitter, he's a fucking gem. I see beasts, new guys, old guys. That's pretty funny. I see an Argent. I see low poly models who fucking kick the goddamn doors off their space during music festival, and I actually think it should stay there because it was designed so clean and so well, and it was a fun game, and they supported the people who got their shit. M's there, fucking best dancer, even though we know Drip, he gets down. So what I'm saying is, this is so special, regardless of any of this stuff we care so much about with our feelings and our hearts and our minds. And I just encourage you to keep fucking loving what you're doing and standing tall because it's going to be what it is. Love y'all a lot. And I'm not even on drugs. I just haven't slept in 2 days.
Yeah, it do be like that at those NFT events. You just don't sleep. Lots of weed and no sleep. Maybe a
Also,
little alcohol
Sing,
here and there.
I don't mean to do it, but and I love you and I want some goddamn you, but I gotta just shout out my guy McNugs, okay? Who hangs around. We played golf. Oh, he hit, but
Thank you.
Woo! My favorite song ever. One of them. That was awesome.
Yep. Thank you, David, and thank you to everyone that has joined today.
Frank,
And
that's tough to do, boy, and it's fun every
I
time.
I have
Just saying. I
I
had
have
more
pop.
fun than you did. I swear. I friggin' I'm not. I'm guilty. I'm not even allowed to feel this good, but that felt good. Thank you, everyone, for letting me do that. God, the only reason I can feel this good is because you guys listen to it. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, David. I remember I popped into one of your Twitter spaces, and I think you may have just gotten the harmonica, or I don't know if the person that said this was like kidding around. But
It's
if
been
you,
2 weeks. 2 weeks I've been playing. I've been playing
yep,
guitar for 30 years. Harmonica, 2 weeks.
you did very
I
well, and I'm
fucking
happy
love it.
you've
It's
been
so
practicing.
man. I got 3 of them. I need 1,000 more. By the way, there's every key. This is G. It goes on and on. You got to have a big bag. I'm gonna carry a bag of harmonicas everywhere I go. Rest of my life. Don't care.
I,
Love it.
I I can see you at an NFT event with a bag of harmonicas. Just
Yes. They jingle like. Hear them? Huh. So you're gonna hear. You're like, oh, Dave's coming. He's got. He's coming with his bag of harmonicas. I swear, that's what I'm doing. But guys, thank you for letting me do that. You know, I'm a good sorry, stuttering. I picked that up lately. So much going on. I'm a guitar player, and I've been playing guitar, my whole life. Playing. We've been searching for a heart of gold. What do you hear? What do you hear? The harmonica, right? It's playing right now. Well, guess what? Dave's fucking obsessed with it, and it goes like this. Anyway, you need to have the rack, and you just put it on, and you just go. Go, guys. Do
you
it.
just go.
Just friggin' do it. Okay. Love yous. Great
Much
job,
love,
bro.
much
Thank you.
love. And thank you, everyone. It's been an awesome space, and we'll see you here next week at noon. I believe Canessa will be hosting next week's space. So yes, keep an eye out for the Twitter space link, and yeah, we'll see you back. Once again, Saturday we host this space every Saturday at noon Eastern, at 9 a.m. Pacific. Thank you, everyone, and act natural.